Alright, I am live. Gotta send out and go on live message. And we'll start case 5. Finally getting back to Tyrion Cuthbert. Oops, forgot to add. There we go. Alright, that should do it. Okay, so if I remember correctly, at the end of case 4, there's all that stuff with Tyrion never wanting to see Ruby Timor again, cutting off their relationship. And then it seemed like strengthened the bond with Celeste. But then Eris was like being evil over there and plotting his demise. And I theorized that she might be the Empress of Discord. So, I think... I mean... Well... See that, oh, what was the noble house? I forget which house they were prosecuting for, yeah. Anyway, one of the 4 noble houses is not looking too good. Chaos in the kingdom. It's not looking great. Anyway. Let's start case 5. In the kingdom of Wyrengard, there was a gulf between what was lawful and what was just. People suffered. People died. All on behalf of the corrupt powers that ruled over us. The Lord of Cornhaven was drunk on the power of his station. Killed his friend the moment that power was threatened. The headmaster of the academy was cruelly thrown away, forced to realize that he had built his legacy on borrowed authority. He committed unforgivable acts to cling to it. To the Duke of Commerce, his people were no different than the gold within his coffers. In his hunger, he nearly sacrificed hundreds to sit upon a hollow throne. Hundreds, I'd say even thousands, maybe. Ah yeah, Freyga. House Freyga. Freyga's inheritor had ambitions of grandeur and had proven herself worthy, yet she was stripped of her power all the same. It drove her to seek liberation in hell. Yeah, and so, from the deal she made with demons, she's pretty much sentenced to hell. Rip. Even the evilest demons were not responsible for the rot within Wyverngard. They only revealed what was always there, People feared becoming prey, and that anxiety suffocated them. Reality had always demanded compromise. Some learned to numb themselves. Some learned how to exploit the world's cruelty. Some felt desperate enough to sell their souls to the devil. It was a rigged game, and sometimes virtues like law or justice felt so alien that they might as well have been fiction. Even if they were, I wanted to embody those ideals all the same. Case 5. Attorney of the Arcane. Title drop! Tyrion? It's almost noon. Are you going to get out of bed? I shifted under my blanket. Leaving its warm embrace would surely kill me. He's so real for that. I had to admit I couldn't spend the rest of my life in this bed. Eventually, I'd have to return to the weird world to do anything. But I wasn't going to knock over the first domino in that chain. Not yet. Someone is actually here to see you. I'm not interested. I'm taking another mental health day. The rate you're going, it's going to turn into a mental health month. I get that you're feeling down, but you've got to get out there. You can't keep freeloading off of Arya. Why not? Isn't her family rich? That's a bit rude, but I suppose I can overlook it this time. Steelwind? My longtime rival walked into my room. I immediately rolled out of bed and fell to the floor trying to avoid her eyeline. I had my pride, and she was the last person I wanted to see me like this. Lying on the floor, I tried my best to brush my hair through my hands. After a while, I just stood up. Tyrion, pants. Right, sorry. Steelwind winced as she politely turned her head away. She and Celeste walked out of the room. We'll give you some time to ready yourself. That was certainly something. It's not great, but I don't know what else to do. I've just been protecting the house until he snaps himself out of it. Have there been any incidents with intruders? Nope. I expected the Eye Taker to send someone, but the streets have been quiet. Maybe they know your people are watching the house. We'll just have to hope that that will be enough of a deterrent. Have you seen Ruby lately? I have. She is still practicing. I've even faced her in a few trials. I think she might be colder than usual, but it's hard to tell with her disposition. I don't know what to do. It might be best to give both of them time. A lot has happened. After taking some time to wash my face and clean my hair, I walked downstairs to my living room. Celeste and Steelwind were sitting at the dining table. Sorry about that. Well, let's check out the room. Yeah, check out the room first.
Arcane.
It'd be funny if there was magic. It was a fantasy novel that I'd been reading through. I'd had a lot of free time to read through my collection. Did you read that mystery novel I lent you? I did, but I kind of guessed the twist from the beginning. What? How? The author called a lot of attention to the vials she dropped. It was pretty obvious that the nurse accidentally switched them. What a sad life you must live to never be surprised. I think I've had enough surprises for the time being. Ooh. A stairway led to the second story of my home. I hadn't cleaned the upper floor in a while. It would probably be best to make sure Steelwind didn't wander up there. He's calling it his home. I mean, this isn't actually his house, is it? He said they were mooching off of Arya. Oh, remember when I helped you move this bed from the flea market? Right. I recall her doing most, if not all, of the work. I didn't even know that carrying a bed frame single-handedly was humanly possible. She didn't even take out the mattress. I mean, more than just strength, that'd be really unwieldy, yeah. Okay, well, of course, we have to present the attorney's runestone, as is tradition. Ooh. It's an attorney's runestone. Proves that you're a certified attorney. Oh. It does, doesn't it? Oh, man. Ouch. He can't even get fired up about his runestone anymore. Are you doing well, Mr. Cuthbert? You seem... I'm fine. Of course. I just couldn't help but notice your absence. You haven't taken any other clients since Beatrice's trial. I'm not even sure if I'm going to practice law anymore. What? I only did this because Tymora told me to, and now... My words trailed off. Did you not enjoy it? You were very skilled at it. I know, but I need more time to think about this. Have you considered becoming a prosecutor? You did a remarkable job of prosecuting Beatrice. If she'd asked me that last year, I'd just laugh at her offer. But Beatrice showed me that there were criminals that needed to be brought to justice. Steelwind was an iron wall of an attorney. She never had to exploit the system like the other prosecutors of the Crown did. Following her example might not be a bad idea, but a part of me was also tired of following in someone else's footsteps. I'll think about it. Arya Steelwind. Have your injuries been healing well? Yes. Nightgrave's skill in necromancy is quite remarkable. I mean, it's been a month. With access to magic, I would hope she's healed up by now. I'm glad I introduced him to House Asclepius. Asclepius? House Asclepius specializes in the study of necromancy. After Nightgrave's expulsion from the Academy, I thought it was only right that he be allowed to continue his studies. Right. He mentioned that he owed you a favor. It was only logical. It would be a waste to let someone of his talents fade into obscurity. Even after everything that had happened at the Academy, he was still following his own path. Even so, should you still be moving around like this? Should take some time off to recover. As much as I would like to, there's been a recent uptick in cases of mage blight lately. Mage blight. I recalled hearing about that many times. If a mage exceeded their stamina by overusing their magic, it would cloud their mind and send them into a violent frenzy. The nobility has been trying to suppress information about these incidents. If I'm not there, there's no one to keep the Inquisition from capitulating to their demands. Celeste McCoy. I was actually surprised to see you here, Celeste. Well, I can't just leave him alone anymore. He ticked off a criminal overlord. You're definitely going to send someone after him. He can't really take care of himself right now. Your thoughts are leaking. Get out of my head. What? It's nothing. I am surprised, though. Not many people slight the Eye Taker and live. He's been known for taking swift retaliation against his enemies. We're hoping he's laying low after his plan with Beatrice fell through. Either that, or Ruby's doing what she can to protect him. Supposedly, he's been absent from many of his enterprises. Either way, he'd need to be dealt with eventually. Well, Tyrion, do I have good news for you? Then again, I don't know, did he... I forget if he actually died, or... Well, if he did, I think it was like off-screen or something. Now that I think of it, yeah, I just don't remember exactly how he ended up. But he's not in a good situation, that's for sure. Ruby Timora. By the way, Tyrion, Ruby sent another letter. Do you want to... put it with the rest? Right. Have you spoken to her since the trial? Could we talk about something else? Of course. My apologies. Oh, the tea's ready. Oh, thank you. Some tea sounds lovely right now. Right. I was totally making it for you guys. She trotted to the kitchen, taking out 2 more teacups out of one of my cabinets. You guys better enjoy this. These are my last bags of... As she was carrying the cups of tea to us, he stumbled and slipped on a scroll case lying on the floor. No, not the tea! She caught herself, but the teacup slipped out of her hands. The boiling liquid was airborne, and it was heading right toward my face. Oh no. The what now? Celeste's index finger shot to point at the airborne tea. Her magic took hold, and the molten tea froze just inches from my face. She let out a sigh and slowly started to twist her hand. She magically guided tea back into their cup. You really need to clean this place. I'm your bodyguard, not your maid. Right. Sorry about that. That was shaped liquid, wasn't it? Yeah. Transmutation. Manipulate up to 10 liters of liquid. Okay. She keeps learning new magic. How many new magics has she learned? Oh, I never expected you to. I know, but it's just too convenient not to have. And my expertise is transmutation. She's really opened her mind about learning new spells. I remember when I first met her. She only knew how to cast Mage Blade. She hated her magic back then. Never imagined how diverse her repertoire would become. There was another knock at the door. I could have really done without all the visitors today. I'm already up. I'll answer it. Well, whoever they are, I'm not giving up any more of my lotus tea. I looked through the peephole. It didn't look like anyone else was there. I slowly opened the door. A chain kept it partially locked. No one was on the street, but there was a letter in my mailbox. I quickly snatched it before shutting the door. It was an envelope sealed with candle wax. There was a crest on it. It was the insignia of House Pierce. I quickly opened the letter and read it. Despite clearly being written by Pierce, the paper had been torn in half. The message was clear. I hope you understand. I would have never contacted you unless I had no other choice. I know the truth behind McCoy's true parentage, and I'm aware of how vital this information is to you. As you know, my execution is scheduled for next month, and I'm running out of time. I want to trade this information with you. In exchange, you will grant me my freedom. Meet me in the private prayer room within the Grand Cathedral of the Scaled Lord at 2 p.m. You will save me from my fate, or else. What? Alright, how is Tyrion supposed to save him? If he thinks for a second that we'd even think of helping him... I know how you feel, but aren't these the answers that you've been looking for? I don't care. We're not going to help him. That was never an option, but there's clearly more to this. I agree. How was he able to find out in the first place? The truth is, Celeste, I've also been looking into your parentage. What? I'm sorry for not telling you, but I didn't want you to raise your hopes. Even with the resources available to me, I couldn't find any information regarding your birth. So if you couldn't find anything, how was Pierce able to? House Pierce is low on the political hierarchy. He shouldn't have access to the resources I do. He was ruling lord of the land McCoy Tavern is on. That's true, but I still find this whole situation quite suspect. And why would he ask for my help? I was the one who indicted him in the first place. Even if I did agree to help him, it would be nearly impossible for me to get him an acquittal. It would be a conflict of interest. He must be desperate. His execution is scheduled for next month, after all. It's possible that he reached out to Tymora as well. Can't believe he'd set up a meeting at the Grand Cathedral. Day of all days. Why? What's happening there? Sorry, but it's not my place to tell you. Alright, big posting queen. Does Celeste know something? Arya, can I talk with Tyrion alone for a minute? Of course. I'm sure you have much to discuss. I should also start heading to the cathedral today. Can't believe he'd use what happened as an opportunity. Good luck. Sorry. I'm sure this is just bringing up bad memories for you. We should meet with him. Are you sure? We're not going to help him, obviously, but I had an idea. He's probably really scared of his execution, right? He's even desperate enough to ask you for help. Suppose that's true. So, think about how stressed he would be if you showed up and refused to help him. You could use the Eye of Horus on him. We can get the info we need without having to give him anything. Are you really okay with this? You'd have to see him again. I'll manage. It'll be worth it if we can finally get the answers I'm looking for. This letter had already gotten her hopes up, but there was no guarantee that he actually knew anything. I was worried about how this might affect her, but it was ultimately her decision. She'd done a lot for me. This was the least I could do. So this is the Grand Cathedral of the Scaled Lord. Have you never been here before? The Church of Bahamut wasn't that popular in my hometown. I've never been the religious type. What about you? It never really caught on with me. Apparently, my roots tie to the Celestials. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. He certainly has the looks for it. Oh my. Your thoughts are leaking again. Can you stop? Can't exactly turn it off, you know. Do those mental exercises I told you about. I'm a little annoyed that you've been looking into my mind for the last few months without telling me. Not something I can tell people about recklessly. You and Timur are the only ones who know. Wait, I'm at the same level as Ruby? Right now, you're much higher than her. Okay. That seemed to add a cheerful stride to her step. We approached the gates of the Grand Cathedral. There was a large blockade walling off the entrance. I love this music. It sounds so imposing. So regal. A large crowd of sightseers had gathered around the gates. It's closed off. Is there some kind of event going on? I recalled Steelwind mentioning that she was heading here as well. The nobility must have been using the cathedral grounds for some kind of private event. It might explain why Pierce wanted to meet us here. He was probably secluded from prying eyes today. Tyrion, Cuthbert? As we approached the blockade, one of the knights noticed us. He looked Celeste and me up and down. We've been expecting you. I see. I exchanged glances with Celeste. She raised her eyebrows at me. I just shrugged. We went past the gate and into the cathedral. The walls of the cathedral nave towered high. The afternoon sun shone through the stained glass near the ceiling. It definitely inspired awe, but like most things, it was a grim reminder of an excess that the commoners would never see. The pews of the cathedral looked like they could host hundreds of people at a time, but it was completely empty, save for a few people standing near the altar. Aside from the servants, most of them were quite familiar. They were all speaking in hushed whispers. I spotted Lefe and Miriam as we walked into the room. Oh. They both avoided eye contact with us. Understandable, considering how I'd indicted their sister. As soon as they spotted us, they moved their conversation elsewhere. In another corner of the room, I spotted Von Sanctus and Sybil. I always seem to spot them together. Maybe they were friends. As soon as we began approaching them, Von Sanctus flashed us a quick look of disdain. He and Sybil moved their conversation away as well. And finally, there was Prosecutor Steelwind and her father, along with the two princes. Although there was someone speaking to them that I didn't recognize. If I remember correctly, this guy's the Prime Minister, right? When he noticed us, his face darkened. He stared the two of us down. The Crown Prince especially seemed surprised to see us here. He and Lucio said something to Arya, but I couldn't hear it from where we were. When she responded, Aster's eyes widened while Lucio's narrowed. This is a little awkward. It is, but we have some time before our meeting with Pierce. This is my first time here, too. You want to do some sightseeing? Oh? Are you asking me out? We are literally already out. Sure, why not? I picked up this map from the entrance. A map of the cathedral grounds. I'm kind of curious about why they're all here. It was strange. If I detect magic in the cathedral,
Arcanum.
I don't see anything. There are rows upon rows of seats for worshippers to sit at. At full capacity, this room could probably host thousands of people at a time. Dang. Thousands? I mean, it's pretty big, but I don't know about that. Really? Okay, what's this? A stained glass window. A small ray of sunlight is shining through it. There's an altar at the end of the room. A religious figure would probably give a sermon here. Okay. I guess that's everything here. We're talking to the prince. Have I shown you my runestone? Ah, presenting your runestone as always, Mr. Cuthbert. A bit of a habit, but maybe I should stop. Don't. You always look so excited when you show it to people. I don't even know what this thing means to me anymore. I mean, it's still useful. You can take pictures and write notes about things other than crime scenes. Now I can move places? A common room? Okay. Aster de Wyvengard. I think I saw Arya over there. You should go say hi. Are you sure? As we approached the group, both the Grand General and the unnamed noble didn't break their gaze with Celeste. Hello? The nobleman's eyes went to me and then Celeste. He scanned the both of us, saying nothing. He then walked away without a word. Rude. With all the people gathered here, I'm sort of making a guess about what Celeste's identity might be. A wild guess, but I have seen, or I Sorry, I do remember that the king was supposed to be ailing. Not sure how long he would last. What makes me wonder, did the king pass away? Do we have all... Is it all the noble houses? Oh no, we're missing... Yeah, we're still missing one of the heads, aren't we? Well, of the 4 special noble houses. Mr. Cuthbert and Miss McCoy, I'm surprised to see you here.
What? I thought you were the one who invited them.
I'm sad to say that I didn't. Although I am happy to see you two nonetheless. What brings you to the Grand Cathedral today? We were actually invited by another noble. We have a meeting with him.
What? None of the people here are allowed to invite guests. Why didn't the guards stop you?
Oh, they said they were expecting us.
What?
It was Lord Pierce who invited them.
Pierce? That little... To think I granted his request for temporary release.
I'm sure he meant no disrespect by it. He probably had his reasons.
How can you say that? This is the day of your...
Oh? He stopped himself and cleared his throat.
He thinks because he's a dead man that he has nothing to lose. I'll be sure to correct that.
A gathering of nobles. I have to ask, why are all of these nobles gathered here? We've taken over the entire cathedral. Everyone seemed to tense up at that. I'm sorry, but I'm not at liberty to tell you that. It's a matter of public safety. I see. That was a little strange, but I could read the room. I said nothing. Tyrion Celeste.
You said that Lord Pierce invited you here? For what reason?
Can't really tell you that.
You will tell us if it poses a threat to the nobles in attendance.
Please, Grand General. There's no need for that. Mr. Cuthbert would never do anything to put anyone's life in danger.
As you wish, Your Majesty.
Huh?
Is this the reason why Pierce asked for temporary release?
So Pierce was temporarily released to attend whatever this was. I could have met him in his cell. Why would he pick such a strange location? Lady Steelwind, Your Majesty, the High Speaker is ready to speak with you. A speaker gonna speak? Steelwind's face ran red as it usually did around the Crown Prince. Her eyes darted around the room. Wonderful. I've been looking forward to this all day. Shall we go together, Miss Steelwind?
Yes, Your Majesty. He would like to accompany you.
We shouldn't keep him waiting. Okay.
Scaled Lord. How does she plan to marry him if she can't even get a word out in his presence?
Seriously. I also have something important to do. Good day to you all.
The little prince trotted out of the room, his head held high.
Isn't that the washroom?
I will be taking my leave as well, but make no mistake, my men will be keeping an eye on you too.
Yeah.
The room was empty now. It was time to move somewhere else. Common room. Oh, it's this guy.
Oh, what are you doing here? Did you follow us?
Not intentionally. Trust me, you're the last person we wanted to see today.
If they are here by chance, it is because the cosmic balance wills it so. Anyways, I owe a lot to them.
What did she mean by that? What does she mean by that? The sunlight was shining through this glass window. A ceramic altar was at the end of the room. There were candles on top of it made out of pure gold.
Preparing Arcanum.
Okay. Orlin Sybil. What did you mean when you said that you owed us?
You played your role well. Your actions have brought light to the crimes of William and Lloyd.
Nothing has been proven legally.
Yet it was evident in every other aspect. You disgusting cur.
Oh. Okay. I wonder if Sybil's only around Von Sanctus to keep an eye on him. Like, not a close relationship, but supervision. Oh no, dog's going crazy. Okay, it's silent now. Goodness. What if we got a delivery or something? Okay. Her thoughts were livid, but her demeanor remained blank.
You and William paid off the representatives within my House of Lords. You two made a complete mockery of everything that my noble house has stood for. And for what?
Oh my goodness. Hold on, I gotta see what's going on. Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that. Yeah, it was a delivery. That dog. Oh my. Okay, well,
And for what? So you could temporarily snatch power away from the Steel Winds? I was merely thinking about the future of my house. You know Lucio can't be trusted. He executed Lady Ophelia, his own wife.
the Grand General executed his wife?
Is that what really happened to her mom? He was carrying out his duty. Ophelia committed a crime that demanded absolution. I understand that you cared for her, but you're spitting on her memory by using her to justify your actions. Enough. I've had enough to mourn for today.
Enough to mourn. Oh yeah, check out my attorney's runestone.
It's your attorney's runestone. I'm glad you've been keeping it in good shape.
Be grateful. You only have access to such sophisticated artificery because of my house's ingenuity.
I've been to Arcturus, Lloyd. I'm aware that you stole your designs from them.
Rip. Alright, Wyvern Guard's justice system. Your Grace, this has to have opened your eyes to the corruption in the justice system. You have the power to change it. You have the power, or you have to do something to fix it. How dare you take advantage of her poor mood to plant your insidious ideas?
Why the outrage, Lloyd? Should he have given you and William credit for the idea?
Dang, he's just absolutely getting shut down today.
Mr. Cuthbert, have you ever heard of the saying that justice is blind?
Yes, I guess so.
That saying is incorrect. Justice isn't blind. It must be kept blind. I'm sure I must look like a naive and blind fool to you. The truth is that I've had my own suspicions of William and Lloyd for years. Every instinct in my body has been screaming that they were plotting behind our backs.
What?
However, I could never definitively prove it. Not even to myself. Humans are inherently flawed. It is our very nature. What many refer to as instinct is simply the drive for an individual's own survival. I would not be arrogant in saying that House Sybil holds the most power among the four pillars. We oversee the exchange of resources between noble houses. We authorize the movement of our forces. The other pillars are the arms and legs of Wyvern Guard, but House Sybil is its beating heart. To put my finger on the scales of justice would be to disrupt the harmony of our system. It would disrupt the cosmic balance.
I mean, that is understandable. Like, she basically, well, her house basically facilitates the capabilities of the justice system. More of like a mechanism. But yeah, she started making decisions on her own. then she would inevitably become biased. But the mechanism of justice needs to be unbiased. Alright, the cosmic balance. What are you talking about? What even is the cosmic balance?
It's the natural order of the world. It is the guiding philosophy of House Sybil. It is the belief that everything naturally progresses towards something better.
So you just expect things to get better without having to do anything? The people of the kingdom are suffering because of your inaction.
My inaction? You place the blame on me. But what about you?
Oh. Dang, Tyrion. Get wrecked. Honestly deserved. Blaming her when you've just been sitting in your house doing nothing for a month. Not even sure if you wanted to keep doing anything.
You were once a champion of your so-called justice, but you've stopped your work as a defense attorney. How many lives could you have saved in the month that you spent on vacation? It's not his responsibility to clean up your mess. You have no idea how much he's suffered doing this. You're right. He shouldn't bear that kind of responsibility alone. Every commoner has the ability to learn and practice law as you do, Mr. Cuthbert. So why are you one of the few commoners that do so? From what I've heard, you're one of the few people who defend mages of the common folk. Every other attorney wouldn't even consider taking them as clients. Perhaps the problem lies in the common folk, then. They are fully capable of rising to defend the innocent, yet they do nothing.
Oof. She honestly spitting facts. I mean, not like law is a easy thing for commoners to study. So... Yeah, I mean, I guess part of it's on the ruling class for not giving people enough opportunity to learn? Maybe? I don't know. It's like, if the commoners pulled their powers together, it's not like they couldn't get some people to study law. It's just somebody has to do it. Somebody has to get them all together. People have to join. It's a group effort. Alright, final plea. Your Grace, you have to do something. You have more power than possibly anyone else in the kingdom. You have a voice. That's precisely why I can't act so recklessly. A power like mine can't be invoked so clumsily. I must trust that the system my family has built will allow the cosmic balance to guide us to a better tomorrow. The rules must be followed. Otherwise, there would be nothing separating us from the animals. I choose to have no voice, because it is my responsibility to make sure that everyone else has one. And what about the late Duke of Finance? Look how easily he bent your system to his own ends. Oh, right. We do have all the four houses here together. Yeah, the Duke of Finance is dead. And we saw his heirs. But they are all here.
People like you are part of the system as well. akin to white blood cells in an organism. You sought out the infection and corrected it.
Okay, just strikes me a little bit odd here. Do they even know about white blood cells? Bit of immersion break there, but whatever. It was only out of sheer luck. Do you have any idea how badly William's plot could have ended if it had gone any other way?
I'll admit that the House of Lords was far more fallible than I expected, and I'm sincerely thankful that you brought it to light. The system isn't perfect, but incidents like this allow us to prevent such abuse from happening in the future. Like a species evolving over history, like a stream smoothing out the edges of a stone, the cosmic balance will bring us to a better future. That said, while I choose not to have a voice, I think yours could be of great help to us. Shortly after her indictment, Lady Beatrice made a plea deal with Prosecutor Steelwind. Her evidence and testimony have allowed us to arrest several seat members within the House of Lords. There are many vacant seats now. Would you be interested in having one, Mr. Cuthbert?
What?
Corlin, you can't be serious.
I've realized that the House of Lords could use a lot more oversight. Something I think you can provide. Of course, I'd need to consult the other representatives, but I think they'll agree. I'll give you some time to think about it.
Wait, Corlin! Coraline!
The Minister of Justice ignored him and left the room. The Duke of Commerce chased after her frantically.
Wow, I wasn't expecting that.
The idea is ridiculous.
I kind of understand her worldview in a way.
What? She's just using that cosmic balance nonsense as an excuse to do nothing.
Think about what it'd be like to have that much power. Everything you do could potentially affect the entire kingdom. Imagine being responsible for the lives of millions of people. Now imagine nobles like William, Lucio, and Von Sanctus all trying to manipulate you to get what they want. I don't blame her for not trusting herself to use that power. I don't agree with her, but I'm just saying that I understand where she's coming from. You probably know it better than anyone else. The right thing to do isn't always so plain and simple.
I'll admit that she does seem sincere in trying to do right by the kingdom. And I suppose auditing the House of Lords would be a simple thing with the Eye of Horus.
Are you going to take her offer?
I just sighed and scratched my head. My problems were always with Wyvern Guard's justice system. There was a lot of good I could do if I had a seat at the table, but at the same time, was I really going to jump headfirst into this? A lot. I'll have to sit on it for a while.
Coraline, wait! Are you seriously going to put that boy in the House of Lords? He admitted that he's a cleric of the theocracy. He can't be trusted.
Shut up, Lloyd.
What? Coraline,
You and William orchestrated the deaths of hundreds of innocents behind my back, and yet you feel nothing. What is wrong with you?
Well, it was really William's idea.
Don't give that right. You've been like this since we were children. You always lick the boot of whoever you think is strongest and hide behind them like a sniveling child. I may not use my voice, but you just parrot whoever is willing to put up with you.
I don't...
I can see the truth, even if you can't. You aligned yourself with William because you were too much of a coward to go against him. You justified it using your little vendetta against Lucio. All because the Grand General executed Ophelia, the woman you never had the balls to even try to win the heart of.
Wow.
You are pathetic, and I personally hope the House of Lords votes to dismantle House Von Sanctus piece by piece.
I
will not make the mistake of trusting you again, Lloyd.
Wow. Well, look, if it isn't the consequence of your own actions. Alright. Let's check out the nave again. Anything here? Guess not. Alright, to the garden. We explored the pathways surrounding the cathedral. They had created a garden around them. I just realized the Pegasus statue has a party hat. Why does the Pegasus statue have a party hat? They were filled with flowering hedges, trimmed with the same reverence they held for the scaled lord. Celeste walked over to the nearby marigolds and plucked one of them. She turned its stem thoughtfully between her fingers. The petals shone brightly, its golden radiance only rivaled by their reflection in her eyes.
Are you okay?
She suddenly looked at me. I realized I was staring. Sorry. I really had a lot I needed to figure out. I cleared my throat as I quickly walked past her, but I froze as I came across a peculiar statue.
Wow, that's a little out of place. What even is it?
Oh, Beatrice.
If my memory is correct, it's a Pegasus.
Hello, friends. Tracker. Beatrice and Tracker stood up from a nearby bench. I didn't even notice them. Beatrice was carrying a leash which Tracker used to guide her to us. She seemed to be staring past me, only turning her head to face in our general direction whenever we spoke. She was followed by Eris, who was looming behind her. Oh no.
Eris flashed me a blank smile as I noticed her.
Beatrice, aren't you supposed to be...
Dead?
I meant to say locked up, but...
No, it's perfectly understandable. You, of all people, know what was on my blood contract.
Oh? I didn't catch what it said before it got distorted. Maybe it was something like, isn't done with me just yet.
But it appears the Empress of Discord isn't going to kill me just yet. Is that really necessary?
Oh, she knows the power was used. Yeah, Eris has got to be the Empress of Discord. I forget. I feel like they said Emperor of Discord before. Or maybe they go back and forth, or I don't know. Maybe I just misremembered. What?
Never mind.
Beatrice's sisters followed behind her. Their eyes never met mine. They didn't seem hostile, and all things considered, I preferred their company over the two pillar heads. The eldest Freyja looked down somberly. She didn't look defeated. It was something else. Was it dread? Help. What is this thing, by the way? You called it a Pegasus earlier.
It's a creature of divine origin. Many people believe that the angels of the upper planes rode these creatures into battle.
I see.
Do you feel some kinship to it?
I can only feel its suffering.
What?
Its face is contorted into an expression of pure agony. It is? I mean, I'm not really great with horse expressions, so I'm just gonna have to take your word on that. It screams out in terror, yet no one can hear its pleas for mercy. Queen, I think he's broken. Someone ignorant of its plight has placed some sort of vain party hat upon its head. As if they're mocking its torment. Like some kind of demon torturing a poor soul in the fields of Avernus. You know, I sort of wonder if Eris put that there.
What are you even saying?
I'm sorry. I need to take a moment about what I've just witnessed here. We all should. Is he just messing with us?
Alright, Tyrion. You go do that.
Alright then.
Preparing Arcanum.
Alright. Hey, check out my attorney's runestone.
Is that your attorney's runestone? Why are you presenting it to me?
I present it to everyone.
Eris did tell me about that. He kept calling it a badge for some reason.
Why do you call it a badge?
You wouldn't understand. The meaning is beyond your understanding.
Okay. Alright, Beatrice Freyja. So, you seem to be doing well, all things considered.
Right. I suppose you'd expect me to be wallowing in self-pity, crying over the demon that now has ownership of my soul. Nine hells, Heavensborn. I can't stand when you look at me like that.
You know, my offer still stands. I can try to help you.
At the risk of your own soul? Which part of the contract would you dispute anyway?
I couldn't answer. I've been combing through her blood contract for the last month. Oh. Okay. You know, I was too harsh on you, my guy. So he hasn't just been sitting around doing nothing. He's been trying to figure out how to break this blood contract. I thought of every angle of attack, but there was very little room for interpretation.
Believe me, I've had years to look it over, but it's impossible to break.
I'm sorry.
Don't be. You defeated me. I won't suffer your pity.
Eris Ilmater. We always meet in the strangest places, Eris. What are you doing here?
I requested to accompany Beatrice to this event. After all, I don't have many opportunities to enter a church like this. I can imagine.
By the way, is your father still...
Oh, if you're worried about him, we've already had a conversation about you. I don't think he'll be accosting you anytime soon.
Oh, thank you.
That sounds too good to be true. How'd you pull something like that off? He may look like a hardened criminal, but he's always had a soft spot for his family.
Bruh. That double meaning is evil. Since she took over his daughter.
He also owed me, and I have a way of making people see things my way.
Beatrice just scoffed when she heard that. Maranath. Wait, if you're here, does that mean Maranath is also?
Oh, hell no. They'd never let me bring him here of all places. He's being guarded by the Kingsguard near the entrance. If he tries to escape, that knight over there is ordered to kill me.
She gestured toward a knight who was silently watching all of us from afar. You're surprisingly calm about this.
I've regularly dealt with demons. This is nothing in comparison to that. Really changed a lot. Considering how I was before, I'll take that as a compliment.
Wait, if Maranath isn't here, how did you know which statue I was looking at?
It was a lucky guess. That grotesque statue certainly makes an impression on you.
Oh, she called it grotesque?
Oh, Maranath just spoke with me. He wanted me to let you know that he can smell your celestial stink from the entrance.
Love you too, Maranath.
I'm not going to repeat his response to that.
I live for these little quips. The Heavensborn. I've been meaning to ask. During the trial, you and Maranath kept calling me Heavensborn. What does that mean? Do you know about my abilities?
What? Did you seriously not know? You know how to issue a divine edict. That's a very advanced spell.
I don't really understand it myself, but I learned it after solving a riddle on the Earrings of Vitality.
Of course you did. Anyways, I'm quite surprised that you don't know about your lineage.
Eris doing that smile. Maybe my mother knew, but I lost her when I was really young.
I see. You have my condolences. But to answer your question, a Heavensborn is a human whose bloodline has been touched by the gods.
I'm assuming you're not talking about the Scaled Lord.
No. I'm speaking of the actual gods.
Huh?
Beatrice, can't say that here. Oh, come off it. What's the church going to do? Arrest me? Anyways, your blood has been touched by the celestials of the upper planes. Much like my soul is tainted and tied to the abyssal hells, your soul is consecrated by the heavens.
So I am a cleric then.
You are much more than a cleric. Your kind is nearly extinct. And make no mistake, if you find yourself under the wrong circumstances, even you can be sent to hell.
Alright, Celestials. Are there really that few Heavensborn? What about the Theocracy to the west of us?
Much like mages, the power of a Heavensborn is passed through bloodlines. Many of those bloodlines have been lost over Lumina's history. Some were lost in the previous wars. Some strayed from the path and were ended by the Theocracy itself. And many were ended by the Celestials' enemies.
Just showing Eris for no reason there. No reason at all. Why is Wyverngard going to so much trouble to hide this from everyone?
The Theocracy has been this kingdom's enemy since it was created. The Luminites' greatest weapon is their faith. Wyverngard has always feared that faith would infect the people like a sickness and destroy Wyverngard from within.
So, like always, it's all about control.
It also runs contrary to the Church of Bahamut. The ancient dragons are also an enemy of heaven.
Huh?
They've done their best to wipe out any religions that worship the Celestials.
I see.
If your bloodline is blessed by the Celestials, does that mean that our kids will also be Heavensborn?
Oh my, Celeste. Our kids? I suppose so. I think my mother was also a... I paused for a moment, processing what she just said.
I asked if your kids will be Heavensborn.
Oh. What was I thinking? Wow. Wow, indeed.
If only it were always that easy.
Anyways, I'm a little curious about the Theocracy of Lumina.
Frankly, I'm surprised that there's even one Heavensborn living in Wyverngard. How did your bloodline even find its way here?
I suppose I don't really know. My mother never really told me much about our ancestry.
That makes sense. If the Church of Bahamut knew what you were, they would have definitely hunted you down.
And the last thing I needed was another faction that wanted to kill me.
Anyways, travel into and out of Wyverngard is technically illegal, and I doubt Lord Steelwind would make an exemption for you. After all, House Steelwind suffered the most during the Great Luminite War. Lucio might as well be a veteran of that conflict.
Veteran? Vet? You don't like the word vet?
Oh no.
No, I hate the vet. I'm not going. You'll never take me alive. Arf, 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 arf.
We all watched as Tracker frantically ran through the garden, trampling several flowers and barking loudly. Clayface chased after him as he began accosting a passing knight.
I should go help her.
It's almost 2 p.m. anyways. We should head to the prayer room. Thanks for answering my questions, Beatrice. Let me know if there's anything I can do to help you with this Empress of Discord. Again, showing errors for no reason at all. Oh, I caught that one a little bit. He's closer than you think.
There's nothing you can do. Try not to look so defeated. It's almost time for the main event. Why did you bring me here? Oh, who knows? Whatever you're planning to make me do, please. Please don't make me harm my sisters. You're in no position to make demands. You'll just have to wait and see for yourself. Stay safe, Heavensborn.
Alright, to the prayer room. Are you ready?
Yeah. At least, I hope so.
You can stand guard outside if you want. I only need a few moments to look into his mind.
No, I'm the one who asked you to do this. I'm not going to leave you alone with him. Tyrion?
Yeah?
Thank you for coming here with me. Really means a lot.
Honestly, I think I just needed an excuse to leave the house.
It's not just this. You're always looking out for me. You got me acquitted. You helped me see the truth behind my dad. Feels like I can never repay that.
What is this rosy aura? What are you talking about? For the past few months, all I've been doing is relying on you. Celeste, I was going to tell you something at the Lord's Ball.
Oh,
I didn't really know how to say it, but
wait. We're talking about this now?
I feel like something always happens. So, I took a deep breath. Celeste, the words trailed off. Celeste, you're very, damn it all. It was happening again. Come on. I knew what I wanted to say, and I was fairly certain she felt the same way. I took in one last breath. Air filled my lungs. My heart was pounding. Sweat was beginning to form under every crevice of my suit. Oh my goodness. And the turnaround music. But I pushed everything from my mind. The fear, the anxiety, the hesitation from leaping over the chasm. I steeled my resolve. I was Tyrion motherfucking Cuthbert. I wouldn't let anyone stand in my way. Man, king, or god. But most of all, myself. Celeste McCoy, I love... Steelwind? Oh no! Oh no! Oh, I can't. There's always something. Oh no, and this is like the worst thing he could have said. Oh, deep breath. Okay.
Arya? How long have you been standing there? You serious right now, Arya? Well, I knew you'd be here around this time. So sorry, I didn't know what to do and froze. I wanted to wish you luck, but then the two of you seemed to be in the middle of something. I was going to leave, but then I got worried I'd draw attention to myself. Don't stop on my account.
Oh, this is amazing. You know, I'm sort of surprised they didn't go into the whole thing about you love Arya, but I'm sort of glad they didn't. That would be too tropey.
I'll just get out of your way.
As she skittered away, I saw something fall out of her pocket. It was her runestone. she was recording this.
Oh, Arya, you dropped something.
As Celeste went to pick it up, she accidentally activated it. An image of some evidence appeared for a brief moment, but Arya quickly snatched it from Celeste's hands. Oh no, okay, she wasn't recording it. I guess.
Wait, is that why everyone's gathered here today?
Celeste, don't just invade her privacy like that, says the man who reads everyone's mind.
Be like that? I'm really happy for you. Thank you. Good luck.
The jazz music. A part of me really wanted to know what she saw, but one of us had to exercise some self-restraint. Any wins I had in my sails were gone. There was nothing left to push me forward. Oh, come on, Tyrion. She just silently walked over to me and planted a kiss on my cheek. I jumped back. My hand went to where her lips had made contact. She just swayed playfully and giggled as she watched the embarrassed look on my face.
Tyrion, I already know.
You do? Then...
But I'm still not saying it before you do.
What?
You've been stringing me along for a month. That's what you get.
Fine. I guess that's fair. I looked at the time. The time of the meeting was approaching. We're going to be late.
It's fine. There's always next time.
Honestly, this next part would be far easier than saying those words. I straightened my tie and wiped the sweat from my brow before entering the prayer room. Garrick Pierce, it's been a while. I thought he was going to be relevant much before this. But I guess they were saving it all for the final chapter. You finally arrived. I suppose this means you finally decided... What? You too?
We got your letter.
Letter? What letter? Oh... You sent us a letter, Pierce. It said that you knew who Celeste's parents were. I did send that letter, but not to you.
What? What's going on? And so the final act begins.
Hmm. True guys, McCoy's true parentage. Okay, so it wasn't sent to us. Okay. Did he possibly send it to Eris? Or did he send it to Arya? Maybe? Probably wouldn't have been Lucio. Yeah, Lucio didn't really know about what he did. Hmm. Please, Grand General. I think you're overreacting. I'm sure this is just a practical joke. The Grand General ignored him and continued taking swings at the force field with his great axe. Lucio, you are well aware that you can't destroy this cage with brute force. This accursed spell. It's a nuisance every time I come across it. You! What are you doing away from your post? The knight said nothing in response. He left the room through the east exit. What? How suspicious. Where are they? Of all the times for those two to disappear. You don't think she's trying to escape, do you? Honestly, I wouldn't put it past... Lazaric Asclepius. Okay, that's an interesting get-up you have there. Hey. Lord Asclepius, did you find Beatrice? I didn't, but there's something else. Someone just trapped His Majesty in a force cage. What? No, did Beatrice... Is force cage even in her compendium? Either way, I think it's safer if we reconvene with the others in the nave. The Kingsguard are performing a perimeter while they wait for the force cage to disappear. We'll be safe there. She'll be fine. She always is. I suppose you're right. Cracker, let's go. Cracker said nothing. He was growling at the pathway leading north. Cracker, I said let's go. I smell evil rats. You can chase the rats after the funeral. Let's go. Lefe, you forgot that when he says rats, he just means anything small. Yes, Queen. That sideways look. So goofy. The Duke and the Minister turned the corner and fled into the common room. Their assailant wasn't far behind, but hopefully they'd lost her. No. This must be some mistake. I know Miss Steelwind. She would never do this. We can't think about that now. We'll just have to hope that she won't think to look here. Lloyd tried to check Coralyn for any wounds, but she just slapped his hand away. Lloyd, just teleport away. Choose a place where your mage blade won't hurt anyone. I am not leaving you alone with her.
Do you think your recklessness will earn my forgiveness? Just go.
Damn it all. He's coming.
Her eyes seem different, or am I just imagining it? I haven't. I mean, I think her eyes are normally red, but. Arya Steelwind turned the corner and stood at the room's north entrance. She walked toward the two Pillar Lords without a word of or hint of emotion.
Arya, please. I don't know what your father told you, but there has to be another way. We don't need to give in to our primal urges.
You're just another bloodthirsty Steelwind. You barbarians have no place in our kingdom.
Lloyd, look out!
Coraline tackled Lloyd as she foresaw an attack from behind. A crossbow bolt would have pierced Lloyd's heart if she hadn't acted. Instead, the bolt pinned itself in the back of Coraline's shoulder.
Coraline!
It's fine. I can heal this.
Well, we can't have that, can we? The shooter stepped into the room from the south entrance, crossbow in hand. Arya had done a wonderful job of driving the two of them here.
Damn it all. Is this your accomplice? Show us your face, you coward!
The assassin said nothing and aimed the crossbow at the two of them. Lloyd stayed silent, but suddenly started breathing more heavily and haggardly.
Ah!
The Duke of Commerce turned around and tackled Arya to the ground. Again, her face was blank. She didn't seem to be bothered at all. All she did was struggle to break the Duke's grip on her. The assassin was about to shoot, but cursed under his breath once Arya was brought into the line of fire. His breath? Okay, so it's a guy? It wasn't her time yet. She needed to live through this. Lloyd cursed at himself. Even he was wondering what he was doing. It was as if his body had moved on its own. For that matter, why had he refused to teleport away as Coraline asked? He had a bunker specifically designed for this. No one would have blamed him. He wasn't meant for combat. Those thoughts were spinning around in his head. They were being pushed away, overwritten by something he had never felt before.
Coraline, run! Get away from here!
But...
Go!
The minister hesitated, but her survival instincts won over in the end. She ran past Lloyd, who was keeping Arya pinned to the ground. She cried as she ran in terror. The assassin leveled his crossbow at her. The Duke growled in defiance. He shoved Arya away and formed a cross with his arms.
Terprotect! Terprotect!
A thin stone layer suddenly formed to cover the entirety of the Minister of Justice's body. A crossbow bolt whistled past Lloyd, but it bounced off of Coraline's hardened skin. She had gotten away. Stone skin doesn't require concentration, does it? Not bad, Lloyd.
Who the hell are you?
The assassin flicked his head toward the hallway that Coraline ran to. Arya immediately stood up. Arya, end her. I'll handle the Duke. Without a word, Arya sprinted from the common room to pursue her prey. The assassin just shook his head in disbelief as he leisurely began to load another bolt into his crossbow. Scaled Lord, Lloyd. When did you grow a spine?
Huh. What do I have to fear from you? I am Lloyd von Sanctus, The Duke of Commerce and Master of Abjuration. So come on. It's time you learned your place, you wretch.
For the first and last time in his life, Lloyd Von Sanctus stood his ground.
Come on, just tell us the truth, Pierce.
You were the last person I would give this information to.
He was getting more and more stressed, and it was even easier than last time. Just a little more and I would... A crash rang out from outside.
What was that? I'm going to take a look. Stay here and keep the door closed.
What? Are you just going to leave us here?
He's right. We don't know what's going on. We should stay together.
Don't worry. There were 2 guards outside, and they're from the King's Guard. You'll be fine.
No, Celeste. Don't trust them. We don't know who's who.
That's not what I'm worried about. Trust me, Tyrion. When have I ever lost a fight?
He had a point. Fine. Just be careful.
Yeah.
What?
It had been almost 10 minutes since Celeste went to investigate the noise. I wanted to open the door and check on her, but she told me to keep the door closed. The last time I disobeyed her orders, I got taken hostage and made her job 10 times more difficult. Pierce seemed extremely on edge. He was sitting at one of the tables and impatiently tapped on the wood with his fingers. So you never intended to send that letter to me. Who did you send it to then?
Oh, as if I would ever tell you that.
Luckily for me, he had accumulated enough stress by now.
What? Why are you looking at me like that?
Even if I wasn't the intended recipient, you said that you knew who Celeste's biological parents are. Who are they?
Are you seriously focused on that now? It's far too important. My only bargaining chip.
One last push. Answer the question, Pierce, or I'll reveal this letter to...
What was that?
Somnia. Uh-oh.
What? What is this?
A blue luminous vapor spilled into the room. It glittered with faint glints of magical light. As soon as it fell over me, I could feel my entire body becoming heavier. I started to slump over. My body was being pulled toward the ground.
A sleep spell?
Yeah, Somnia. I figured. Outstretched palm, concentrating, yes. Caster conjures a magical mist in the direction they stretch their palm. Will travel up to 30 feet before dissipating. Any creature who inhales it will fall into a magical slumber. Affected creature will be woken from their slumber if they're violently shaken or experience any sort of pain.
I miscalculated. No, if they got here, that means... Celeste.
I fought with everything I had to stay awake, but it was impossible. My eyes were closing on their own. Felt like my eyelids were being dragged down. I felt myself fade away, but I made one last desperate attempt to keep my eyes open.
No. Beatrice?
Saw Beatrice Fregas losing consciousness. Only saw her for a brief moment. Could have been an illusion. Regardless, that meant she somehow entered the prayer room at 2:30 p.m. I was drifting in sleep but I soon heard a voice echoing in the distance. Tyrion.
Tyrion!
What? Celeste?
Tyrion, I'm so sorry. I should have listened to you. I should have never left you alone with him.
Hey, it's okay. Tears were streaming down her face. I'd only ever seen her like this one other time. I held her head tightly against my chest. She was practically clinging to me, shuddering with each sob. I just stayed quiet and embraced her as she cried in relief. How long was I out? I scanned the room, realizing that there were other people here with us. Commander White was leading a group of knights. They all had their weapons drawn and were surrounding someone who was lying unconscious in the room with us. It was Steelwind.
Commander, I understand your position, but there has to be another explanation.
Look, Your Majesty, I feel the same way about this the same way you do. And it has to be a case of mage blight. I looked around the room and saw a pool of blood at the end of one of the tables. There was even a chalk outline around it already. A horrible realization came over me.
Celeste, where's Pierce?
She just looked away from me, tears welling up in her eyes again. I don't know how to tell you this, kid, but he's dead.
What?
Honestly, consider yourself lucky you're in one piece. Whenever you're paying the mage girl, it's not enough.
But who?
I looked at the knights who all had their weapons pointed at the prosecutor. Yeah, she normally has black dots in the middle of her eyes. So she was either mage blighted or under control. You think Steelwind did this?
It wasn't just Lord Pierce, Mr. Cuthbert. We also found the bodies of Lord Von Sanctus and Lady Sybil.
Aww. I mean, I expected Von Sanctus to die, but was hoping maybe Sybil could get away. Man.
All of us were attacked, and several members of the Kingsguard have gone comatose.
I don't want to believe it, but several people saw Steelwind acting off at the scenes of each of the murders.
We also found her unconscious here. Pierce's body was lying next to her.
No, it wasn't her.
I saw Beatrice before I passed out. She was the one that knocked us out. Beatrice?
What the hell is going on?
Suddenly, the knights surrounding Steelwind began shouting. It looked like the prosecutor had regained consciousness.
Arya rose limply, still half asleep.
Her body was swaying, as if it were taking all of her energy to sit upright.
Her eyes slowly scanned the room, noticing the knights who were surrounding her with their weapons drawn.
She then noticed the blood on the floor. Her eyes became wide.
She quickly raised the palms of her hands. Her gloves were dirty and ripped.
Commander White, you need to put me in a holding cell. It needs to be one with an anti-magic field.
What?
I'm not in control of my actions. We need to go now.
What are you talking about?
Now is not the time. Do it, Commander.
Right. She lay down flat on the ground, placing her hands on her head. Even in her own arrest, she was taking the lead. I watched as the Inquisition placed a pair of manacles around her wrists. We exchanged glances before she left the room. She just looked down, defeated. Damn it all, what happened?
I know you have many questions, Mr. Cuthbert. We should make sure that you're okay. Yeah, there's a necromancer in the nave.
I still had no idea what happened while I was asleep, but I could feel weariness still holding my body. They both helped me up. I made a note of the current time. It was 3:12 p.m. I arrived back at the nave, meeting with the necromancer they were talking about. I couldn't stay still, not after discovering what had happened while I was asleep. But he only reprimanded me, telling me that I wouldn't be any good to anyone if I collapsed from an unseen injury. I couldn't really argue against that.
Nothing seems to be out of the ordinary, except... What? What's wrong with him?
If you would just let me finish. There appears to be a trace of necromancy on you, Mr. Cuthbert. Necromancy? It's probably nothing. Did your assistant cast any spells on you?
Oh, right. I used mend wounds on him when I found him unconscious.
I expected as much, but it never hurts to make sure.
Nothing seems out of the ordinary. You're quite healthy.
Celeste breathed a sigh of relief as she went to sit down at one of the benches near the altar. She took a deep breath, allowing the knots in her shoulders to unravel. He sat there for a while, eyes staring into space, waiting for the feeling to pass.
It seems like the only thing that hit you was that sleep spell. Consider yourself lucky. She didn't even think to check you before trying to heal you. I'd expect a bodyguard to keep a more level head.
I just narrowed my eyes at him and said nothing.
But I guess no one is ever prepared for when these things happen. I definitely wasn't. You should be fine to go about your business, but feel free to speak with me again if you experience anything out of the ordinary.
Thank you,
I am Lord Lazaric Asclepius of House Asclepius.
Young head of House Asclepius, a noble house known for their knowledge and studies in necromancy. He seems to be friends with Lefe Frega. Age 22. He was wrapped in a large cloak. Every part of him was covered except his face. At first I found him a bit too blunt and standoffish, but it seemed to come from a place of caring. When he checked my body for injuries, his hands and eyes moved efficiently and not carelessly. He looked like someone who was passionate about his work and nothing else.
And there are no thanks needed. My apprentice apparently owes you a lot.
Apprentice?
Wallace Nightgrave. He said he was one of your clients a few months ago.
Ah, right. Steelwind did mention that she introduced you to. Speaking of, I'm finding it difficult to believe that she did this. Mage blight isn't exactly a benign condition. When it takes hold of a mage, it doesn't matter what kind of person they are. Violent behavior is almost always a result of the rage-filled delirium it puts them in. It's unfortunate, but mages have to be held responsible for when cases like this happen. Unless someone is framing her.
Tyrion, I fought her.
What?
Do you remember back when we heard that weird sound? I went outside to see what was going on. I saw her standing over a bunch of unconscious guards. I tried to ask her what was going on, but she didn't say anything. She just attacked me. She was so cold and emotionless. It almost looked like she was sleepwalking.
That's actually pretty strange. Yeah, I don't think that was Mage Blade. Like Asclepius just said, rage fills them. And she was acting too coordinated, so she had to be under somebody's control. What do you mean?
When someone is affected by Mage Blight, they enter a state of extreme psychosis and rage. Psychotic episodes like that raise the affected mage's paranoia to ridiculous levels. That's why these cases almost always end in violence.
But from what Celeste said, she wasn't acting psychotic. She was completely emotionless.
You might be onto something, Mr. Cuthbert.
If what you're saying is true, there has to be more to this.
What are you going to do?
At the very least, we need to find out what actually happened.
You saw her, right?
Yeah, about... You're in a holding cell, anti-magic field, not in control of her actions.
She wanted them to arrest her.
But something else was happening here. With who died, this felt far too coincidental to be a simple accident. I wasn't sure where each of the murders occurred, but the Inquisition could tell me more about what happened. There was also Steelwind. If she really was affected by Mage Blight, she would remember what may have caused it. I stood up. There was work to be done, and it was about time I ended my sabbatical. Alright. Well, before we get into the investigation, I need to take a short break. Go use the bathroom. Where's my mouse? There it is. Disappeared there for a moment. Oh. Alright. So I'll be right back in just a bit. Alright. I have returned. Oh, okay. So, gotta re-examine everything.
Preparing Arcanum.
Rows upon rows of seats for worshippers to sit at. Okay, nothing new there. Altar at the end of the room, probably a sermon. Stained glass window, and nothing new. Move to the dungeons and the prayer room. Investigation. There's still so many unknowns. We should continue looking for more clues. Don't push yourself too hard, okay? I'll be fine. I'm making sure to pace myself. Next lead. Where do you think we should go next? Celeste? Oh, sorry. Did you say something? He was probably still shaken up over what happened. It'd be best to take the lead and let her focus on her job. Okay, well, let's talk to Arya. We arrived at the dungeon to speak with Steelwind, but we didn't see her anywhere. The Inquisition and the Kingsguard must still be processing her. We should come back later.
Preparing Arcanum.
Zell had a barred window. The bars were rusted. Restore drop to freedom if somebody tries to escape. Lit torches. But irresponsible to light a fire in here. Prisoner safety is probably the last thing on their mind. Steel door led into the cell. Magical mechanism covered by steel box placed over the lock. I forget, was the mechanism dented, or did they put that over the lock because it got damaged by Celeste before? Okay. To the prayer room. We arrived at the prayer room. It was now swarming with knights from the Inquisition. I found myself staring at the chalk outline of where Pierce's body once was. Are you okay? Yeah. Now is not the time for an existential crisis. Steelwind's future counted on us figuring out what happened. The Inquisition believes that Steelwind broke into this room, knocked out Pierce and me, and then killed him. But I remembered it clearly. I saw Beatrice before I lost consciousness. There was something else happening here. Celeste also fought Steelwind after Beatrice knocked me out. She could tell me more about how she was acting.
Preparing Arcanum.
Huh? Why it looks so funky? Oh, right. There's a trace of transmutation here. It's all over the area around his body. Interesting. Did the murderer wound him using a transmutation spell? Oh my. There's a chalk outline where Pierce's body probably was. It looks like he was sitting against this altar when he died. This bloodstain seems to imply that the fatal wound came from his chest. An autopsy report would really be helpful here. I needed to ask the commander for a copy of it the next time I saw him. Oh, I'm sorry, Tyrion. Did you not get the updated autopsy report? Does a little dance. There are lanterns hanging around the room. They're still lit. Ayo, these lanterns lit. There are 3 stained glass windows. They look quite nice. And I can't check anything else. Ah! Why does that look so funky? What's with this honeycomb things? I don't remember this happening before. Well, you know what we must do. Celeste, it's my attorney's runestone. Celeste?
Oh, sorry, I was just... The runestone is very nice, Tyrion.
Now I feel bad. Alright, fight with Steelwind. Let's review what happened. Before Beatrice knocked me out, we heard a commotion outside, and you went to investigate. Can you tell me more about your fight with Steelwind? What was she like?
Well, she wasn't her usual self. It's like she was in some kind of daze. I noticed it even before she attacked me. Something was wrong with her. She didn't even respond to me when I tried to talk to her. It's like she didn't even recognize me.
But from what Lord Asclepius said, she would have been acting more erratically if she was affected by Mage Blight. It's possible that you fought someone disguised as her.
I guess that's possible. I've sparred with her before, and this was definitely different. But whoever they were, their magic was still extremely powerful.
And then, yeah, maybe they captured Steelwind and had an illusion on somebody else, but... and who would it be? But also, Arya said that she wasn't in control of herself. And several members of the Four Pillar families were assembled here. Could have been one of them. We should speak with Commander White when we get the chance. The Grand Cathedral was closed to the public for whatever was happening here. They probably have a list of everyone who was present when the murders happened. That meant that whoever did this was one of the nobles who was here today. Beatrice Frigga. Beatrice can cast invisibility, so I doubt she'd let you see her. But did you see her at any point when you were fighting Steelwind? Celeste?
Sorry, I don't know. I was too focused on staying alive.
I've actually been meaning to ask you about that. Aren't you really strong? I've never even seen you break a sweat in a fight before.
Well, she was really tough. It was terrifying, honestly. I've sparred with her before, but never with magic. I've never fought someone with spells that powerful before.
She didn't hurt you, did she?
No, but it got pretty close. I think she realized that she couldn't beat me, so she just ran past me and into the prayer room.
So her real target was Pierce. But why? Did you see the moment she murdered Pierce?
No. When I arrived at the prayer room, I saw you and Steelwind unconscious on the ground. Pierce was already dead.
And I'm assuming you didn't see Beatrice anywhere.
No. He wasn't there when I arrived.
How did she leave the prayer room without Celeste noticing? Did she turn herself invisible? Okay. Timeline. We showed up at the prayer room for the meeting at 1:50 p.m. Then we interrogated Pierce for about half an hour. That's when we heard that commotion outside and you went to investigate it.
Right.
I think Beatrice knocked me and Pierce out 10 minutes after that. How long did you fight Steelwind before she pushed past you?
We definitely fought for a while. It must have been at least 20 minutes? After that, she gave up on fighting me and ran into the prayer room.
Which means that Beatrice somehow got into the room during your fight. That discounts my theory of her disguising herself as Steelwind. I regained consciousness at 3:12 p.m. That means I was knocked out for more than 40 minutes. There were still a lot of unknowns about what happened. I'd need all the pieces if I wanted to set the board. Try the dungeons? Try the nave. Was there something I missed in the prayer room? Okay, tell me about this. She doesn't know. Talk about Beatrice's actions? No. I've already checked out all this stuff. Talk about the letter? I can't believe after everything he did, Pierce is just gone. I'm sorry we couldn't get the answers you were looking for. Hopefully something else turns up.
I honestly don't care about that anymore. I'm just glad you're alive and safe.
Talk about Arya?
I know Steelwind would never do something like this, but I saw her. Even if she wasn't her usual self, her attacks were definitely real. I don't know what to believe anymore.
All the more reason for us to get to the bottom of this. Ask her about Shape Liquid. No, she doesn't have anything new to say about that. How about Lazarick? No. Game, what do you want from me? And there's nobody in the dungeon. I don't get it. What do you want?
Prepare your Arcanum.
I should have exhausted all the dialogue, right? Oh. A button broke. What? Oh. Gotta restart the game. I might just have to, like,
Prepare
look up what to do.
Arcanum.
I don't know what more they want from me. Try the map. No. I can't go anywhere else. Talk about me.
Are you sure you're okay?
Yeah, I'm only a little drowsy from that sleep spell.
You shouldn't push yourself if you feel tired. I'm sure the Kingsguard are fully capable of investigating what happened.
Yes, as they've been capable of these last few cases.
She had a point, but considering who the victims were, whoever orchestrated this must be high on the political hierarchy. Any of the nobles here could have done this. The only person I could trust was Celeste.
Let's try talking about you.
Hey, are you okay? What do you mean?
You've been a little shaken up since the murders.
When I saw you lying next to Pierce's body, I thought you were... Sorry.
I didn't mean to worry you so much.
But I'm okay now. I'm not hurt. Yeah, I know.
Aww. Well, Lloyd von Sanctus and Sybil died. Maybe something about them? No? Alright. I already tried the letter from Garrick, but... Or Garrick himself? No, same thing. I'll just try all the people. Have I tried asking about her testimony? She just says that again? Okay. Okay. I feel like I've tried, like, everything. Google, it's your time to shine. Uh, let's see. It's 5. That doesn't help me at all. About this guide. Okay, 5-2. Beatrice Frege. Less testimony. Examine stuff and detect magic and...
Preparing Arcanum.
all over the area around his body. He's not telling me it's time to move on. Help? Is game bugged? Is there anything else I can investigate? Oh. Oh, I didn't understand before. The honeycomb thing was the traces of magic all over the room. Oh. Alright. Oh, I don't know what me. Oops. Accidentally clicked out of that. Okay. Yeah, traces of conjuration magic all over the room must have been left by Beatrice's sleep spell. Anyway, it looked like I found everything I could here. Time to move somewhere else. Thank you. Still nobody here. Oh goodness, what happened in the common room? Looked like an explosion hit? There's the garden. Unicorn with the party hat. Yeah, that party hat bothers me. Feels like it has some significance. Anybody in the nave? No. Check out the common room. We retraced our footsteps and found the common room. This was the last place I'd seen Von Sanctus and Sybil before everything happened. I looked around. The once pure white room was completely scorched. I could still smell the scent of burnt cloth and flesh in the air. What happened here? Was there some kind of fire? Yeah, we think the perp lit a fire using magic. As we entered the room, Commander White waved us over. He was accompanied by his usual legion of knights. Commander White. Hey, kid. You investigating what happened too? We just want to figure out what really happened. You and me both. Nothing about this makes any damn sense. I could honestly use your help to figure this out. I wasn't sure who I could trust at this point, but like always, the commander was leading the investigation.
Preparing Arcanum.
There are traces of evocation in a bunch of different spots around the room.
We think some oil from the lanterns got knocked over during the massacre. The perp must have lit it on fire with some evocation spells. We don't know if they did it on purpose or accidentally. And the Kingsguard used a bunch of water-based evocation spells to put it out before the fire spread. That makes sense. With that knowledge in mind, there's nothing out of the ordinary here. Okay, what's this white rectangle?
There's a trace of evocation magic near the body.
Wonder if the murderer hit him with an evocation spell. There's a chalk outline in the center of the room. This must be where they found Von Sanctus's body. There's even bits of ash there. Must be the burnt remnants of his body. Ugh. There's scorch marks all over the room. The fire must have spread pretty far. Yeah, it was probably going for a while. No one even noticed it until Prince Alaric told the Kingsguard that he saw smoke. Interesting. We should speak with him and see if he saw anything else. What was that? Even now, the sunlight is shining through the stained glass windows. Looks like the fire reached them before it was put out. You know, it's sort of funny. We got this moosey jazz music going on, and the scenery is a scene from hell. Hey, check out my attorney's runestone. Dude, why? It's my... I know, it's your attorney's runestone, and it proves you're a certified attorney. I caught the last 100 times you waved this thing in my face. He is done with Tyrion shit. Alright, the murderers. This whole situation's a damn mess. Has the Inquisition found any clues to explain what happened? We haven't exactly had a lot of time. We've only just received the autopsy reports. That's still pretty useful. You have copies of them? Sure. Knock yourselves out. Pierce died at 2:45 p.m. Prayer room, cause of death, blood loss. Shard of frozen liquid found stabbed through his heart. Very likely this was the murder weapon. Wound also shows heavy trace of transmutation magic. Conjuration magic found throughout the room. Okay, so it couldn't have been Arya. She was completely framed here. Because Garrett Pierce would have died around 3 if it was Arya. Orlin Sybil. 2:18 p.m. Cause of death, suffocation. Body found floating in a nearby lake outside the Grand Cathedral. Man. There's of transmutation, evocation, and necromancy magic. Transmutation. The necromancy would have been her healing. Lloyd Von Sanctus, 2:05 p.m. Cause of death, suffocation. I mean, I guess from all the smoke? Fire in the common room burnt the body too much to discern any specific wounds he might have suffered. However, a small trace of evocation magic and a burn mark were found on the victim's left shoulder. Implies the body was hit with a fire-based evocation spell. Traces of abjuration magic were found on and around the body. But yeah, probably defending himself. Wait, Pierce was killed with a frozen blade? Isn't that similar to how he killed Flintheart McCoy? Sorry, I didn't mean to... No, it's okay. I could imagine a scenario where a struggle happened and the killer used whatever was nearby. However, it still felt like a convoluted series of events. Implies that the murderer used shape liquid. I think I might see where this is going. Alright, here's my theory. We can probably prove that Arya wasn't the one that killed him. I sort of wonder if they're going for some kind of trap where if he proves Arya's innocence, then it'll make Celeste the suspect. Yeah, why would the murderer do this when they clearly had more lethal spells at their disposal? Pierce used this method during Flintheart's murder to leave as little evidence as possible. However, it's clear the murderer wanted to frame Arya and leave as much evidence as possible. Anyways, the times of death also tell a story. Purely based on the times of death, the murderer must have killed Von Sanctus, then Sybil, then Pierce, in that order. Yeah, that's our working theory too. If we look at the map, we can see where the prayer room and the common room are. Lady Sybil's body was found in a lake west of here. The Grand Cathedral was built on a cliff. There would only be one way for her to reach the lake in such a short amount of time. Ended up in the lake.
Maybe.
Murderer threw Sybil from the balcony. Or wait, balcony? Yeah. The Grand Cathedral was built on a cliff over the lake, and the westward balcony just happens to be right over it. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. We even have a witness who saw Steelwind there. Really? Who was it? It was High Speaker Theon Arceus. High Speaker? He's the shot caller of the Church of Bahamut, and he stands at the top of the religious hierarchy from what I hear. He spotted Steelwind near the west balcony and noticed that she was acting suspiciously. He called out to her, but she ignored him. So she knew that he saw her, but she didn't attack him? Yeah, this whole Mageblight story doesn't really add up. Either way, we'll just have to talk to him directly to find out more. Putting that aside, there's something else that's strange. What's that? It's about the order that the murders occurred in. Strange about the order? From the times of death, the murderer must have killed Von Sanctus, Sybil, and Pierce in that order. This means that the murderer went to the common room, then the west balcony, and then finally the prayer room. But if we look at the map, the murderer's route seems a bit strange. Can I look at the map? It'd be better if you let me take another look at the map before doing this. But I'm guessing this is actually right. The murderer could have killed Von Sanctus second? No? Murderer would have traveled to the common room, then the balcony, then the prayer room. That's... Oh, okay, now I can check evidence. Wait, what did it say? Common balcony prayer. Balcony prayer. So yeah, it goes past the prayer room. We've killed...
Maybe.
They killed Pierce, maybe? Yeah, it could have killed Pierce second. Goodness, was it? Yeah, direct path they could have taken if they wanted to murder the 3 victims quickly. Okay, Pierce second. There we go. The murderer must have passed right by the prayer room before they dumped Sybil's body. Why wouldn't they just murder Pierce on the way there? Maybe they wanted to dump Sybil's body first. Or maybe they were afraid of fighting me. Aren't you giving yourself a little too much credit? No, she has a point. Out of everyone who fought the murderer, Celeste was the only one who didn't die or fall comatose. Anyway, there has to be a reason why the murderer deliberately chose that route. What is that sticking out of their back? Did somebody hire an Andorlando archer or something? Okay. I'd created a rough outline of the murderer's actions, but the real clues would lie in how each of the individual murders occurred. First, I'd need to figure out how Von Sanctus was murdered. How were the bodies discovered? When did they discover the bodies? Who came across them? It all started when Prince Alaric ran up to us. He told us that he saw a fire breaking out in the common room. He also saw Steelwind there, but when he tried to talk to her, she hit him with some kind of spell. She attacked one of the princes? Yeah, but it didn't sound like she hurt him. Lord Asclepius inspected him and told us he wasn't injured. I'm glad that he's okay, but wouldn't Arya have used a more violent spell if she was afflicted with Mage Blight? It's possible she was throwing spells randomly and he just happened to get really lucky. I suppose that's possible, but was there anyone else nearby when this happened? I would have expected a Prince of Wyverngard to be under constant guard. Yeah, that was kind of my mistake. Darn it, or... I ordered the knights to give him some space, considering what just happened. And that would be? Sorry, kid. If you don't know, it's not my place to tell you. I have orders from the top to stay quiet about that. And I would need to ask someone higher up. It was still strange, though. Why were all these nobles gathered here? I'm guessing the king died. Anyways, whatever the perp hit him with, it only put him in a daze. He could barely walk or talk. Couldn't even approach us until the spell had worn off. The weirdest thing about it was that he should have been pretty close to where we were. But for some reason, we didn't find him until after the spell wore off. That must have been traumatic. I hope he's okay. But why didn't anyone see him during this time? After he told us about what was happening, we went to put out the fires. That's when we saw a bunch of guards knocked out outside the prayer room. Did you see me? No. This all happened around 3:10 p.m. Right. That was probably well after Steelwind moved into the prayer room. Celeste must have already followed her into it. It was... okay. Did not
see Celeste McCoy and Ari Steelwind.
Comatose guards. When you arrested Steelwind, I recall you mentioning that a bunch of guards were comatose. Did the murderer use some kind of spell to knock them out? I didn't. I'm just as lost as you are about that. Some of the victims didn't have any magical traces on them. We know that they're not under the effects of a spell, but they still haven't woken up. That's odd, to say the least. Is there any common thread between the knights who fell comatose? That might help us deduce what happened to them. Well, we found all of them near the common room and the prayer room. All the locations where Steelwind was spotted. That can't be a coincidence. So it wasn't random, yet it wasn't the effect of an arcane spell. Arya Steelwind. Commander White, you keep saying the perp instead of Steelwind. Even though everyone else seems to think that she was responsible for this. Do you also suspect that she's being framed? It just doesn't add up. If she did give herself Mage Blight, her actions wouldn't have been so deliberate. And she's definitely not the type of person to just go around murdering people. Even if she was, she's led a lot of the Inquisition's investigations recently. She's investigated plenty of homicides with us, and she knows exactly how we do things. Whoever did this got the job done, but they were sloppy about it. A bunch of witnesses saw her. She didn't even try to hide herself using her magic. So either she had Mage Blight, which doesn't match with her behavior, or she did this intentionally and wanted to get caught. Neither scenario makes any damn sense. Someone has to be framing her. That's the only reasonable explanation. Honestly, I'm not so sure about that either. What do you mean? You saw her when we arrested her, didn't you? She wanted us to lock her up. It's like she thought she was a danger to herself and others. Right. That's the same impression I got as well. If it weren't for the witnesses' statements, I'd be sure she gave herself Mage Blight. Strangest thing is, I've never seen her that scared before. Something really rattled her about what happened. Okay, but have you not done the interrogations yet? She wasn't in her cell. Beatrice Frega? Did you follow up on what I said about Beatrice? I know she was in the room when Pierce and I fell unconscious. She has to be involved in this somehow. Well, she's already in prison, so we're already ahead on that account. But when we asked her what happened, she said that she couldn't remember anything. Such an obvious lie. He has to be hiding something. Normally, I'd agree with you. She's not the only one with missing memories. Steelwind also can't remember anything. What? I'd just have to speak with her about that later. Anyway, what about Eris and that knight who was guarding her? Did they see anything? Sorry, kid, but Eris Ilmater has been missing since everything went down. What? I wouldn't be too worried. A witness to the crime is missing and possibly hurt. Look, kid, you may be a hotshot attorney, but I've been in this business a lot longer than you have. Sometimes when these things happen to civilians, they get spooked and run away. I've seen it a million times. Eris was the daughter of a crime lord. I doubt she was in any rush to speak with law enforcement. We don't have the resources to look for her, but I'm sure she'll turn up eventually. Well, I suppose we can't do anything about that now. Anyway, what about the knight guarding Beatrice? Surely he didn't go missing as well. That's the thing. The knight who was supposed to be watching her was one of the guards who went comatose. We found him in front of the prayer room too. Wait, did he follow Beatrice to the prayer room? To make matters worse, that Frege chick knows how to cast invisibility. So even if she was telling the truth, very few people would have actually seen her. Would you happen to have a recent version of her spell compendium? Sure. We already have it on record. Alright. Familial bond, sleep, mend wounds, send message, animate corpse, necrotic blight, shatter, invisibility, feign death, and illusory disguise. Okay, familial bond. Know that one. Mend wounds, yep. Send message. 30-foot radius, okay. Animate corpse. Necrotic blight. Instant death does not wound the target, no physical evidence, but leaves a magical trace. Shatter. That's a new one. Channels the caster's magic into any physical object they're touching with their hands. If enough magic is channeled, the object may shatter or break. The intensity of this spell will exponentially increase while they're concentrating. However, channeling larger quantities of magic will slowly drain the caster's stamina and possibly cause mage blight. Okay. Invisibility. One of the highest forms of illusion magic. Feign death. Oh, I think we had this one before. Caster must target a creature that's already unconscious. While they concentrate on this spell, the target will appear to be dead. Target creature will stop breathing and their heart will stop beating. However, the life energies of this spell will keep them alive for the duration. Illusory disguise. Disguise moves with the target for the duration. Right. I forgot how many spells she used during Lord Frege's murder. First victim, Lloyd von Sanctus. Actually... I mean, were there any wounds on Sybil? Suffocation? Are they sure she's dead, though? I wonder if she could have survived, maybe. But then, that would mean that somebody's still concentrating on the feign death spell. I don't know. She's probably dead. There's a small possibility, though. What about transmutation? I mean, could have been shape liquided, I guess, maybe? It's the only transmutation spell that I have shown right now. Hmm. I wonder if she could have, like, jumped out of the window, or off the balcony, into the water, used shape liquid to soften the fall, maybe? Or somebody else could have used it? And then they could feign death afterwards? Still, that is a bit of a far reach. I just don't want her to die after Von Sanctus finally did something good. Try to save her. And she seems like a decent person. First victim, Lloyd Von Sanctus. It's all a little difficult to take in. Still can't believe it. After everything he did, Von Sanctus was just murdered. I'm surprised to hear that from you. Didn't he basically get away with almost blowing up your hometown? The way I see it, he got what he deserved. I mean, honestly, yes. I'm not gonna argue with that. That still doesn't sit right with me. No matter who the victims might have been, no one deserves to die like that. You're definitely a bigger man than I am. Anyway, Von Sanctus's autopsy report says he died of suffocation. We think the murderer overpowered him and choked him with a rope or something. That hardly sounds like something someone would do during a psychotic episode. Yeah. The more info I collect, the more I think you might be onto something. But either way, the fire that the perp started in this room burned his body. It didn't completely turn to ash. There's not a lot left. So that fire would have burnt away any evidence of the minor wounds he had. Yeah. We're lucky we even discerned he was hit with an evocation spell. Right. The autopsy report mentioned that too. But if a fire was started, is it possible that he died from smoke inhalation? No. The divination spell we always use identifies smoke inhalation as death by poisoning, not death by suffocation. Ah. Okay, yeah, that was my first guess. But were there any, like, choke marks or anything? Well, yeah, they wouldn't be able to find that. Aw. But also, it seems like they use a divination spell to check for death. Or cause of death or whatever. So I wonder if that could be faked by using feigned death. But anyway, Von Sanctus is almost assuredly completely dead. I suppose that kind of makes sense. Spell compendiums. While we're at it, do you have records of each of the victims' spell compendiums? They might help us understand what each of the victims was doing during the attack. Sure. Knock yourselves out. Here's his spell compendium. Prestidigitation, Conjure Light, Conjure Water, Frostwave, and Shape Liquid. Sybil. Slow Fall. Slow Fall. Foresight. Strike True. Detect magic. Stone skin and mend wounds. On Sanctus, Mage Blade, Force Cage. Send message. Stone skin, mend wounds, familial bond, teleport, and summon. He's got a Force Cage. Wait, if he died of suffocation... I guess he would still need to say something to teleport? I was thinking, if he was about to die and he didn't die instantly, wouldn't he be able to teleport? Unless he was just so focused that he didn't think about it. Trying to buy time for Sybil or possibly defeat the attacker. He could have also gone crazy from Mage Blight. Okay, Meditation, Conjure Light, get all these spells, Conjure Water, Frost Wave, Force Cage. Okay, we haven't seen this one before, I think. Forzare, point index finger, duration an hour, concentration no. Is it possible he cast Force Cage on the prince? I mean, it could have been somebody else, I don't know. Because, like, at that point they were under attack. I don't know, he doesn't really strike me as the kind of guy that would just put a Force Cage around the prince. Well, I mean... maybe do that to protect the prince, and then... the prince would be grateful for it later or something. Like, he'd get rewarded. I could sort of see that. But then they can't get him out for an hour. So that's why he would be still trapped there when Lucio was there. But yeah, caster creates a magical 10 by 10 by 10 foot cube around a target within 30 feet of them. The walls of this cube are impenetrable and can't be destroyed by anything. Not even by spells that can normally dispel spell effects. Furthermore, any attempts to magically teleport into or out of the cube will fail. If there is more than one target, or more than one creature in the target space, it will be pushed away from the center of the cube. That's sort of weird. The walls of the cube are impenetrable and can't be destroyed by anything. So it stands to reason that this is powered by more than just the person's magic. Otherwise, somebody would be able to break this cube. But it can't be destroyed by anything. Yeah, it stands to reason that it's possibly powered by some kind of higher entity. Interesting. I don't know if I'm thinking too hard about that. It's just... no, it's just because it can't be broken. Or if there actually is a reason for that. Anyway. World building. Mage Blade. Okay, we've seen that before. Slow fall. Caster counteracts the force of gravity affecting them, causing them to fall significantly slower when airborne for the duration. Point index finger downward, duration an hour, concentration no. Foresight. Caster invokes the ultimate form of divination magic. You see brief glimpses of the near future. While this spell is active, the caster is able to sense danger seconds before it actually happens. Incantation Forheim. A triangle with both hands. 24-hour duration. No concentration. Oh? That seems overpowered. It lasts for 24 hours. There is no concentration. You just cast it once and you can see glimpses of the future for the whole day. Bruh. Strike True, Divination. Non-Optima. Make circle with fingers while concentrating. Yes, concentration. Caster increases their ability to predict the results of all of their actions for the duration. Useful for the purposes of aiming or doing other activities that rely on dexterity or skill. Okay, so it's not like it's guaranteed to hit, but it improves your accuracy. Detect magic. This is the first time we've actually seen detect magic as evidence. See the normally invisible magic traces. Magic traces are created 2 times when a spell is cast. The first is created at the position of the caster when the spell is cast. The second is created when the spell effect resolves or dissipates. The caster can identify the school of magic by the trace color. Okay. It's a good old Repario Arcanum. While concentrating. Yeah. That's divination magic. Stone Skin. To protect, create an X with both arms, lasts for an hour, no concentration. The caster creates a thick layer of stone around the body of a target within 30 feet. The stone layer will deflect and protect the target from any physical trauma. Stone layer can be slowly broken through continuous attacks, but as long as the caster concentrates on the spell, the stone layer will instantaneously repair itself. So it doesn't need concentration, but if you do concentrate, it'll keep repairing. Okay. Teleport. Instantaneous, no concentration, no incantation, no gesture. Huh. So then... Von Sanctus must have either been mage-blighted or just rage mode. Like he didn't think about it. Because he should have been able to teleport himself before he died. I mean, it seems like he didn't die instantly if he died by suffocation. So if he knew there was no way to win, why not teleport himself? Like, he bought some time. If he's literally one step away from death, why not? Okay, teleport to any position within 100 miles. Caster targets a spell focus or magic circle designed to receive teleportation. The range can be unlimited. Okay. The position the caster tries to teleport is occupied by any physical object. They may briefly appear at that location or position before the spell fails. Oh. Right, I wasn't thinking about that. Maybe he did try to teleport away. Maybe something blocked him. Conjuration. Summon. Yeah, summon an object. Okay. Okay, wow. That's a lot to work through. Yes, it is. Yep. This is what happens when a bunch of mages are caught in the middle of a murder. Honestly, you've been lucky until now. Nevertheless, I'll need to look over each of these spells when they become relevant. Alright, that's all. Anything that I want to present? This poor guy getting shot by the Anno Rolando archers. How about the Comatose Knights? No, not much to say about that. Okay. Not anything to say about Mr. Asclepius? Nope. Hey, where's Lucio? Nope. How about Von Sanctus? So, Von Sanctus is actually dead. Honestly, I'm not going to lose any sleep over him. Serves him right after what he and Frege tried to do. Even so, a dangerous murderer is on the loose. Neither of us can relax until we catch them and put them away. You're always working, huh? Will you say anything about Sybil? Can't believe someone just offed the Minister of Justice. Her family's responsible for the justice system. Have you met her before? Only in passing. Whenever I did talk to her, she'd always say kooky things about the universal balance or some kind of hooey like that. Frankly, I could never understand a word she says. Beatrice. Nothing. What about the princes? Nothing. Okay, what about Small Prince? Nope. Alright. Anyway. I can go to the garden, or... Is Arya back yet? No. That white flash is disorienting me. Ah! Friggin' Pegasus with the party hat. It was just me, Celeste, and the statue. The horrible statue. I don't feel safe here. Why is that statue freaking you out so much? That Pegasus is literally a celestial like you. I don't know, but I can feel it suffering through the eye. Like, is that actually a petrified creature? It's an inanimate object, Tyrion. Let's move somewhere else. Alright, whatever it takes you to stop acting so weird. Or whatever it takes to get you to stop acting so weird. No.
Preparing Arcanum.
I'm gonna examine everything. Is it just this? Yes. What goes through the mind of such a tortured creature? What is it with you and this statue? I don't know, but I can feel its emotions as if they were my own. It's an inanimate object, Tyrion. Okay. Arya's still not back.
Okay, anything new? Common room, the garden, the prayer room, move... I don't know, go back to the prayer room? No? I guess it never said anything about moving on from here, did it?
Preparing Arcanum.
I've checked. Oh wait, that's a different spot. Well, but oh wait, what? There's like a spot in this rectangle that it says I haven't checked yet. Okay, I mean, I'm sure I checked the rectangle earlier. There's a trace of abjuration magic in the center of the room. Do the traces overlap with the body? Kind of. It's sort of square-shaped? Square-shaped? I can't see the traces, but there also seems to be a square-shaped outline around the body. Wait. The cube. Did he protect himself with a cube? He was killed by suffocation. Somebody suck all the air out of the cube or something? Well, then again... No, it... I don't know if the cube would block smoke from coming in. So he wouldn't die of poisoning due to smoke. But if the fire took all of the air out of the room, that would explain why he died of suffocation. Huh. You're right. They overlap perfectly. The area inside the square is a lot less burnt now that I look at it. I'm not sure what this means yet, but it's definitely worth taking note of. Okay. Trace of abjuration. Yeah, it's basically telling you that he used the barrier. Okay, I'd found everything I could relating to Von Sanctus's murder. It's time to move somewhere else. I can now go to the west balcony. We arrived at the west balcony of the cathedral. Supposedly, this was where the murderer threw Sybil's body into the lake. Oh, hello there. Oh, this guy, okay. As I inspected the area, I caught the attention of an old man nearby. From his garb, he appeared to be someone who worked at the cathedral. I don't believe we've met before. What are you doing here? Sorry for the intrusion. I'm Tyrion Cuthbert, and this is my bodyguard. We're investigating the murders on behalf of Prosecutor Steelwind.
Tyrion Cuthbert. I have heard of you. Doesn't look nearly as criminal as I expected him to be.
Wow.
Alright. He probably hadn't heard anything good. But forgive my rudeness. I am Theon Arceus, High Speaker of the Church of Bahamut. Yeah, even after knowing who we are, he's surprisingly cordial to us. Yeah, devout leader of the Church of Bahamut. Don't think I've met anyone who reveres the Scaled Lord as much as he does. High Speaker, age 81. So you're the one who saw Steelwind here during the murders. Do you mind if we ask you some questions? I suppose there would be no harm in that.
Preparing Arcanum.
No, magic. There are traces of transmutation on the debris.
That would imply that a spell specifically targeted or created whatever this came from. I doubt someone intentionally created these bits of gravel. Must have broken off from something else. Alright, the bits of gravel should be the stone protection on Sybil's body. Was it getting chipped away? Huh. Alright, I want to check the spell. Yellow transmutation. And then... yeah, slow fall is transmutation. So that was probably when she cast slow fall on herself.
Preparing Arcanum.
Seems like that's the only traces of magic. There's some debris on the ground. I picked up one of the pieces and rolled it around in my palm. It appeared to be some kind of gravel. Debris near the balcony. Theon Arceus saw Arya steal one dumping Corlin Sybil's body. This balcony provides a perfect view of Lake Galacrond. A lot of people probably come here when the Grand Cathedral is open to the public. Okay. What did you see? We heard that you saw the prosecutor acting strangely here. Could you tell us more about what you saw? Did it look like she was afflicted with mage blight? I wouldn't go that far, but she was certainly acting strangely. How did you come across her? Well, I was on my way to the prayer room. I always recite prayers from the draconic texts around that time. He was heading to the prayer room? When I saw her, I first thought she was just enjoying the view of the lake. I was about to greet her, but when I approached her, I saw that she was pushing something off the edge of the balcony. Yeah, you know what? This guy is sus. Huh. So it went the common room, then the balcony, then the prayer room. But he never showed up at the prayer room. And he never said anything about what was happening there. Huh. Well, I mean, I guess he wouldn't continue to the prayer room after this happened. Okay, pushing something on the edge of the balcony. You must have seen her dumping Sybil's body. You're probably correct. I came to the same conclusion after they found that poor woman's body below us. It feels wrong somehow. What is it? I only saw it for a second. Lady Sybil was wearing much brighter colors this morning. Whatever Lady Steelwind threw into the lake, it looked much darker. Probably because of the stone skin. What does that mean? Sorry, I can't really explain it. Perhaps I was just seeing things. My eyes aren't as good as they used to be, after all. It could have been just a trick of the light. Look at his face. Doesn't he look so trustworthy? Surely he would never do anything evil. prayer room. Wait, if you saw Arya dumping Lady Sybil's body, he must have just murdered her. That means you must have been heading to where we were at the time. Oh, were you praying there with Lord Pierce? Not exactly. What? That's not what the guards told me. Guards? Do you mean the ones standing watch outside the prayer room? Yes, they told me that Pierce was praying with some acquaintances of his. They said the same thing to Lady Steelwind as well. Wait, Steelwind was there too? Yes, he appeared to be waiting for something. I didn't want to disturb them, so I went back to my quarters to pray there. The High Speaker didn't see her fighting Celeste. She must have started her attack after he left. But why would she bother waiting? Either way, we can't exactly question those guards. Wait, so he got there... So he did go to the prayer room. Wait. What? Wait, this timeline is confusing. If he saw her dumping the body... Sybil died at 2:18. Lloyd died at 2:05. She was with us there when we first got there at like around 1:50. And then we went in around 2-ish. And she left around the same time. Then this guy saw her there with the guards, which must have been around 2. Because, yeah, Lloyd died at 2:05. Yeah, I don't know. I really want to see this guy's spell compendium. Assuming he has one. Wait, but no, he... I'm so confused. He's on his way to the prayer room, but then he saw Arya. Yeah, his testimony doesn't really match the timeline. Sybil died at 2:18. Her body was dumped around that time, probably. Marcus saw her there, but well, I mean, I guess she attacked. Hold up. Okay, so 2:05. I mean, I guess she could have gone back down there. We weren't interrupted until like 2:30. So dealt with Lloyd, dealt with Sybil. Go back down there. and she was just chilling there with the guards. So I guess that's when Arcane... Okay, but the thing is, he would have seen her dumping something off the balcony, and that means he did continue to go to the prayer room. And he saw her there. And you're telling me he just let that happen? Yeah, I don't know. Something is really weird there. Must have just murdered her. Yeah, so he got there and he was told they were praying. The guards standing outside the room. Said that Pierce was praying. Said the same thing to Lady Steelwind as well. So she wasn't really there chilling with them. I guess they were just telling... Yeah, they told her that she couldn't go in, basically. But yeah, so on his way there, the path would have overlapped with Arya. She dumps the body, and then goes to the prayer room right away, because she has to be there at the same time he's there. And he's just fine with this? Yeah, something really does not add up. Anyway. Either way, we can't exactly question those guards. Yeah, they're still comatose after the attack. Why didn't you hear anything? Actually, the High Speaker's quarters aren't that far away from the prayer room. Didn't you hear the fight between Steelwind and my bodyguard? Ah, it must have been because of the magical wards in my room. Magical wards? Are they there for security reasons? Not exactly. I actually suffer from chronic insomnia. Even the smallest sound will wake me up at night. Years ago, I had some mages enchant the walls so sound couldn't travel through them. I can't hear anything from outside the room once I shut my door. That did sound awfully convenient. But I doubted that he'd lie about something so easily verified. Okay, I found everything I could here. It's time to move somewhere else. The dungeons? Arya's still not here. Where do you want me to go? I was dreading having to face that statue again, but despite knowing better, I returned to the garden. It's staring into my soul.
And stop looking at it.
The Crown Prince was sitting at a bench nearby. Several members of the Kingsguard were standing at attention around him. His brow was furrowed. He didn't even seem to notice us until one of the knights stepped in our way.
Oh, Mr. Cuthbert, and Miss McCoy, too. What are you still doing here?
We're trying to investigate what happened.
I see.
Are you okay?
Yes, I was just thinking how unfortunate this ordeal has been. I do hope Lady Steelwind is taking this well.
Right. She was his fiancée, after all. We're trying to find out what exactly happened. You mind if we ask you some questions?
I see. Well, I'll do whatever I can to help.
Repairing Arcanum.
Steelwind's trial.
You said that you two were investigating the murders. Were you planning on defending Lady Steelwind?
If she'll have me. She may be a competent prosecutor, but I have far more experience defending clients.
Unfortunately, I think the situation is more complicated than that.
What do you mean?
Several house leaders died today. We can't release this information to the public. Not after the news of William Frega's death has already spread. In the course of 2 months, we've lost not 1, but 3 pillar heads.
But the trial has to happen soon, or else the magical traces will disappear.
From what I've heard, we will be holding a trial, but it will be handled privately and internally. And I'm sorry to say that you won't be permitted to serve in such a trial.
Would you be able to pull some strings for us, Aster?
I'm sorry. I'd like nothing more than to give you the opportunity to represent her, but I clearly have a personal attachment to this case. If I try to tip the trial in her favor, it will only harm her chances.
Even if I can't directly defend her, we can still investigate the crimes on her behalf.
Yes, would really appreciate that.
If new evidence is found, perhaps we can exonerate Miss Steelwind of the charges against her. Gathering of nobles. After everything that's happened, I really need to know. Why were so many nobles gathered in one place anyways? All 4 of the pillar families were present. I understand if you don't want to tell me, but this information could be vital in figuring out what really happened.
The truth is that we all gathered to mourn the death of my father, King Olivier de Wyvengard the Ninth.
Yep. I was right on the money on that one.
Wait, the king is dead? Yes. We wanted to avoid releasing this information to the public so close to the death of William Frega. My father has been My father has been ill for quite some time, so we were prepared for this. Or at least, I thought I was. I also lost my mother when I was quite young, but it's still all a little hard to take in.
I'm sorry. You have my condolences.
Thank you. But if King Olivier is gone, that would make you... Yes, you currently stand before King Aster de Wyvengard, the ruler of our kingdom.
The words came out hollow. It sounded like he was mourning more than just his late father. No wonder so many nobles were gathered here.
They came under the guise of paying their respects, but I'm sure they just wanted to get close to the new king. Ironically, I think only House Frega came to genuinely give their condolences.
Beatrice Frega. Speaking of the Fregas, I think you need to know. I saw Beatrice before I was knocked out. Oh, he looked grumpy. I think she may have been the one who killed Pierce.
Why would she be there?
I'm sorry. I know she was your friend, but we already know she's not above committing murder.
I see. I suppose if you're saying it, it must be so. But what possible reason would she have to be involved in something like this?
I'm not sure yet, but I plan to find out. I can think of 1 or 2 reasons. Well, one reason in particular. Demons. Arya Steelwind. By the way, where were you during the murders? I remember you left with Steelwind when Celeste and I arrived at the cathedral. Ah, yes. Steelwind and I left to speak with High Speaker Arceus in his quarters. What was your meeting about? It was actually about our wedding. With my father's death, the Grand General demanded that we make our union official. Oh. I would congratulate you two, but considering the circumstances... I understand, and I appreciate your words nonetheless. Anyways, how long did this meeting last? I believe we spoke with him until 1:40 p.m., but Von Sanctus died at 2:05 p.m. That means that she began her rampage less than half an hour after that meeting. Was there anything off about her behavior? Now that you mention it, something about her demeanor changed. We were speaking of the wedding when she abruptly left. Garnet Aster. Bro's denser than the gravel that coated Sybil. I asked her where she was going, but she ignored me. That sounds similar to what happened when Celeste fought her. Well, okay. I was thinking she just got flustered and ran away. But... I don't know. Yeah, it gives me a feel that that's not what happened. There's no way she was affected by Mage Blight. Marriage meeting. Oh. I honestly didn't think much of it at the time. I'm quite used to her giving me the cold shoulder. Right. Yeah, that just makes me more suspicious of the, high priest or whatever his position is. There's no way Aster would have done something to mess with her. And if she just left the meeting abruptly, it's... I mean, it could have been some kind of delayed spell maybe, but I doubt it. What did you see? What happened after your meeting with the High Speaker? Did you see Steelwind after that? Actually, I found myself caught up in something else entirely. At 2 p.m., I went to pay my respects at my father's coffin. But apparently someone had set a magical trap there. What? It was a glyph of contingency. Oh. When casting this spell, the caster must choose another spell they know. The caster casts that spell, but the contingent spell doesn't come into effect. Instead, it takes effect when a certain condition, specified by the caster upon casting the spell, is fulfilled. The contingent spell takes effect immediately when that condition is fulfilled. Contingent. Gesture of the contingent spell.
no concentration, 24-hour duration. But yeah, well, I mean, unless Lloyd von Sanctus was in on this stuff, maybe he didn't actually die. Maybe that was a scapegoat. Because the body was burned. And it, Could he have faked his death? I've heard of that spell. It's like a trap you can set. You can infuse any spell into it. But it requires a contingent spell to place that trap. Which spell was it? It was a force cage targeting me. Was the murderer trying to attack Aster too? I don't think so. They would have used a more lethal spell if they wanted to. From the sounds of it, force cage can't be dispelled. So Aster would have been trapped inside of it for that full hour. We think that someone used this as a distraction. Because of the trap, the Kingsguard consolidated most of their attention and forces in the nave. As a result, there were fewer people guarding Von Sanctus, Sybil, and Pierce. And the ones that were there all fell comatose. They can't tell us what happened to them. The trapped king. And yet another inexplicable event was added to the list. After everything I'd learned, I knew for certain that Steelwind wasn't afflicted with Mage Blight. Someone must be behind this. Anyways, he probably didn't witness much after he was trapped by that force cage. Time to move somewhere else. Alaric the Wyvern Guard? He attacked a member of the royal family and killed several nobles. What else is there to investigate? The laws are clear about what we must do. We should execute her immediately. Alright, Mr. 7-year-old. Alaric, this situation is of far too much import to make such rash decisions. We need to approach this calmly and carefully. As we returned to the nave, I spotted the young prince stomping around as he argued with the nobleman I saw earlier. Now that I thought about it, he was the only person here I didn't recognize. Oh, it's you two. Your Highness. And I don't think we've been introduced. I don't think he likes me. I see you're still as insolvent as ever. Misspoke, I mean insolent. You stand before Sir Remus Virgilier, Archduke and Royal Visor to the Wyvern Guard throne. I believe he means advisor. Age unknown. A mysterious lord who appears to be close to the royal family. Apparently he's the royal advisor to the King of Wyvern Guard. I wonder why I've never heard of him before. Huh. Interesting. Archduke? I didn't even know the Kingdom of Wyvern Guard had a title like that. Why hadn't I ever heard of him before?
You know, I feel like he's got a bit of a dragon motif going on there. Why are you two still here anyways? I thought the cathedral was closed for the investigation. We're investigating what happened on behalf of Prosecutor Steelwind. I see. Anyways, I have much to attend to. I'll be taking my leave. Actually, since we have you here, we'd like to ask you some questions. Both of you.
You should know your place, knave.
Well, he's not saying anything.
Preparing Arcanum.
What did Virgilia see? Your Grace, where were you when the murders took place?
Just what are you trying to insinuate?
Please, Alaric. There's no need for that. To answer your question, I was speaking with Lady Frega's familiar. Cracker? No, it was the demon who calls himself Maronath.
What?
He was actually the one who sent for me. According to him, he had some information that was of great import to me. Did you make a contract with him? Of course not. He gave me the information he had freely. Why? Demons are supposedly always trying to trick humans into making deals with them. Looking back, it must have been a distraction. The fool I was. I knew he was playing with me, but I knew he was unable to lie. And the information he had was too important to ignore. If you don't mind me asking, what was the information about? I think he minds you asking. I'm sorry, but I won't reveal what he told me. It would be a danger to everyone here. Rest assured, it had nothing to do with the massacre. Your Grace, we've only just met. I can't exactly take your word for it. I suppose that's fair, but believe me when I say that I plan to take this information to my grave. That was ominous, but he was clearly intent on keeping their conversation a secret. Anyways, several members of the Kingsguard were watching us. They can verify my alibi. How long did this conversation last? I arrived to speak with him at 1:50 p.m., and I didn't leave until 3:10 p.m. That was quite a long conversation. So he was accounted for during the time frame of the murders. But why would Maranath go to the trouble of distracting him in the first place? Whoever orchestrated this also used a force cage to trap Aster. Were they trying to distract the forces in the cathedral? Or were they trying to keep certain people out of the crossfire? Steelwind spell? Your Highness, we heard the prosecutor cast a spell on you when you saw the fire in the common room. Can you tell us more about what happened?
Can't believe she attacked a member of the royal family. She was completely irresponsible with her magic.
I understand your feelings about this, but we can't say for certain that she inflicted Mageblade on herself. We don't even know if it was actually her.
I saw her with my own eyes. Plenty of other people did too.
Either way, where did this happen?
It was on the path outside the common room. I saw smoke coming from the building, and I saw Steelwind walking away from it.
So this must have been after she murdered Von Sanctus. Well, from our point of view, we know that that's not the case. He left while the other guy was fighting Von Sanctus.
I have a feeling I already know the answer. But was she behaving erratically? No. She very deliberately cast a spell on me. Once again implies that Mage Blight wasn't behind this. Do you know which spell she cast on you? Not sure. I've never been afflicted by a spell like that before.
From the magical traces on him, we know that it was a transmutation spell.
Transmutation spells manipulate and change physical matter. It's scary to think about what that might do to a human body. Are you sure he's okay?
Lord Asclepius inspected him, and he didn't appear to have any lasting injuries. We're hoping the spell's effects on him were only temporary.
Can you describe what you felt while you were affected by it? That might help us identify which spell it was. Well, I was extremely dazed and my ears were ringing. My vision was also partially blurred. It was as if my mind was in some sort of fog. Whenever I tried to speak, I couldn't even form words with my mouth. I could only make grunting sounds. I couldn't walk either, so I had to crawl on the floor.
Sorry you had to go through that. It must have been traumatic.
But what kind of transmutation spell would do that to him? It had to be something that affected his senses.
Do I have anything that matches that? It has to be a transmutation spell. Conjure light? No. Slow fall, mage blade, stone skin. I don't think I have anything that matches that. Steelwind's demeanor. You already told us that she wasn't acting erratically, but was there anything off about her demeanor? I only saw her for a moment. She was definitely different than usual. She was completely emotionless. Yeah, that's exactly what she was like when I fought her too. It was like an arcane construct. Her movements were almost robotic. Wait, are there any arcane constructs on the cathedral grounds? No, not for lack of trying on Lloyd's part. The High Speaker and I have specifically forbidden the staff here from using them. It would have been really convenient if all of this was done using a construct. Oh yeah, it can't be that convenient, Tyrion. Anyway, was anyone else around when Steelwind cast that transmutation spell on you?
No, she moved away quickly after she incapacitated me. And even if someone was around, I don't think I could have seen them anyways.
Commander White also said that he was surprised no one saw the prince until after that spell wore off. What happened to him? That covers Alaric's account of what happened, and we even got the Archduke's statement too. But there's still one last person we need to speak to.
Arya.
She and Beatrice supposedly have no memories of what happened. Were only Beatrice saying that, I'd probably doubt it. But if Steelwind also doesn't have any memories, it becomes a lot more credible. She definitely has the missing piece we need to put this together. Are you going to the dungeon to speak with her?
I am.
Wonderful. I'll be accompanying you. What? As the royal advisor, I have a vested interest in this investigation. While I trust Lucio to leave no stone unturned, I hear you have quite the talent for seeing what the crown cannot. Hey, Mr. Archduke, check out my attorney's runestone. It's really cool. Why are you showing this runestone to me, knave? My attorney's runestone proves that I'm a certified attorney. Just like a peasant to fawn over such a mundane piece of artificery. Mundane? Okay. I want one. Oh boy. Okay, to the dungeons. We arrived at the dungeon and found the prosecutor walking around her holding cell. Several papers with haphazardly scratched notes were scattered around it. She was pacing back and forth, head lowered in contemplation as she stared at one of them. She didn't even notice us until I knocked on the bars to her cell. Mr. Cuthbert, and your grace. Steelwind's eyes stayed on the Archduke before turning to us. How are you doing? As best I can, all things considered. What brings you here? We're trying to investigate everything that happened. I see. I was wondering if you could answer some of our questions. Steelwind, I know your situation is pretty grim right now, but you know you can trust me. I know, but at this moment, I don't even know if I can trust myself. What?
Preparing Arcanum.
What happened? We heard that you don't have any memories of what happened. Is that true? It is. No matter how much I try, I can't recall anything. What's the last thing you remember? I believe I was leaving my meeting with the High Speaker and His Majesty. After the meeting, I was planning to return to the nave to speak with my father, but I suddenly felt something churning inside my stomach. I thought some fresh air might help stave off the nausea, so I went to the balcony. Leaving the meeting. But she didn't respond when she was asked where she was going. The one over Lake Galacrond? Yes, that one. The last thing I remember was losing consciousness as I looked at the lake. And did you cast any magic before this happened? No, I didn't. Are you sure you don't remember anything after that? I don't. All I remember is waking up to the sound of someone sobbing. It was Celeste. It seemed that you'd just regained consciousness, Mr. Cuthbert. Magic that can affect the mind. I feel like we've completely ruled out Mageblight. So I doubt that's why you can't remember anything. Are there any spells that can specifically modify or destroy people's memories? It would certainly explain a lot of this. No. Arcane spells can only affect the physical world. But throughout history, mages have attempted to develop spells that can affect the mind. There's no recorded history of any of them succeeding. You can't assume that arcane spells are the only type of magic that exists. I think you've observed it already. There are magical creatures in this world that don't use arcane magic. Isn't that right, Mr. Cuthbert? I'm not sure what you're trying to imply. If I learned that Lumina had any hand in this... Your Grace, I'm not an agent of the Theocracy. And even if what you're saying is true, I wasn't the one who manipulated Steel One's memories. But I suppose you raise a good point. If something affected Steel One's memories, it wasn't necessarily an arcane spell. In fact, it couldn't have been an arcane spell. It was definitely something else.
You're probably right. Which proves that I'm responsible for the murders.
What? Arya did this? You just said that you don't have any memories of what happened. Why are you so convinced that you're responsible for this? I told the Inquisition already. I saw Beatrice before I passed out. She's clearly involved in this somehow.
There's more to this than you realize, Mr. Cuthbert. For the past few months, the Inquisition and I have been investigating a string of seemingly unrelated murders. During each of those cases, we were able to apprehend the perpetrator without issue. But there was always something off about them during questioning. The murders were always abnormally gruesome and passionate, and each of the perpetrators said the same thing. They all said that they had no choice.
No choice?
Cases like this have been occurring throughout Wyverngard, and very little connects the perpetrators to each other. All except one thing. Each of them acted as if someone had controlled them against their will.
They were probably just desperate. Most murderers try to make excuses after they're caught. They could even just be in complete denial.
Orem said the same thing, but these cases were far too similar for me to ignore. I wondered if they were telling the truth. Perhaps each of these murders was committed by an unknown party. I didn't have any concrete evidence, but I knew I was getting closer to something.
Oh, is she... Well, I mean, like, it might not be her fault, but maybe she's saying that she was the one that committed the murders and whatnot. The Purple Conspiracy. Steelwind, I don't mean to be rude, but this sounds
Completely insane.
You don't even have any physical evidence to prove these murders are connected.
There's one piece of evidence, but it's hardly concrete. But it does tie each of these cases together.
She took out a small parchment from her pocket and showed it to me. It's a purple symbol.
Several of the people we arrested had an item with this symbol on it. None of them could remember where it came from, or even what it was. But they all somehow knew that it was called the Purple Mark.
There has to be an explanation for this. Could just be some esoteric superstition that we don't know about.
If that's true, then ask yourself one thing. Where did I get this parchment from?
You don't mean...
I found it in my pocket after I was properly confined. This symbol must be a calling card of some sort. For all I know, they could have controlled my body and forced me to draw this symbol myself. This massacre at the cathedral is related to it.
Hmm. Arya's feet. I don't want to dismiss what you just said, but this definitely won't hold up in court.
Nor should it. If my mind has been compromised, I can't take the risk of leaving this dungeon. Otherwise, I could end up harming more people.
Well, you can't exactly spend the rest of your life in this dungeon. Wait, are you serious? What about Aster? Weren't you two supposed to be married soon? He's the king now, and you can't rule Wyverngard alongside him in a holding cell.
You're correct, but he has always been a remarkable person. He should have no problem finding another suitress. Must think of his well-being too.
Bruh.
Arya.
No.
What?
Your plan is terrible, and I hate it. I'll just defend you and figure out what really happened.
Mr. Cuthbert, I am not going to risk more lives. If I were to hurt His Majesty, I would never be able to... Please don't ask that of me.
No? Saving Steelwind's future argument. Steelwind was going to throw away everything she cared about. Even if she was the one who did all this, he's not the one who's responsible. I wouldn't let her resign herself to a fate like this. Right. Steelwind acts for the greater good of the kingdom, regardless of the amount of suffering she must endure in doing so. She cares deeply for Aster and will do anything to protect him. However, she's still a rational person and will be receptive to logical arguments. Steelwind, are you seriously just going to throw your life away?
If it were necessary, I would give my life for this kingdom. If someone controlled my actions today, they can and will do so again.
Willing to control my mind.
And as long as that possibility exists, I can't trust myself.
Not the issue here. If someone else is responsible, we need to find out who they are. They're still out there. Assuming this person can continue to do so, we don't know how this mind control works. We can't just drop this without finding out what really happened. You even understand what you're saying, you'll lose everything if you just let this happen. Yeah, that's not the way to go. I feel like deflecting is not the way to go. Well, I mean, it is a logical argument. If someone else is responsible for what happened, then we need to find out who they are. They're still out there. Yeah, well, that could be it, but I feel like doubt might work better. But assuming this person can continue to do so, we don't know how this mind control works. We can't just drop this without finding out what really happened. Well, actually... Yeah, actually maybe deflect is the way to go here. We need to find out who's really responsible. I feel like that would resonate more with her. Because after all, they could cause more murders and whatnot. Yeah, that's not the issue here. If someone else is responsible for what happened, then we need to find out who they are. It could still be out there.
If that's true, you are fully capable of finding that out yourself. As I've said, I have no memories of what happened. I'm sure that you'll be able to find out what happened one day.
You'll already have lost everything by then. Okay, well if that one doesn't work...
I don't know why this one would, but it should be doubt. Alright. That's assuming this person can continue to do so. You said so yourself. You haven't found any evidence to prove your theory. We don't know how this mind control works. We don't even know what magic this is. We can't just drop this without finding out what really happened. I suppose you're right. But I doubt there was any goal to this. Just a sadistic killer? Yeah, no, I don't think so. Well, I mean... they are a sadistic killer, but... yeah, that's not the point of it, I guess. This whole thing, I think, is supposed to be aimed at Tyrion. Huh? I've been investigating these murders for months. The person behind this is a sadistic individual who wanted to cause as much suffering as possible. There's no way to connect them to this. How do I connect them to this? Could be something to do with the route. Like, they didn't take the best route, they took... well, whatever. The not as good route. And then Alaric got a spell cast on him that debilitated his senses. That's fairly sadistic. Is the letter about Garrick Pierce? Beatrice's actions. There's the Comatose Knights. They're not affected by any arcane spell. Maybe to show how sadistic they are, Garrick's autopsy killed the same way that he killed his friend, Celeste's father. YOLO. Nope. What is this? The perpetrator wasn't nearly as aimless as you think, and this proves it. My apologies, Mr. Cuthbert, but I don't really see how that proves your claim. Oh. Something to prove they had a motive. Maybe not their sadism. Prove they had a motive. Beatrice's actions? No? What am I supposed to be pointing at that shows there's a motive? The letter? No? What do you want? I'm gonna fail this and have to do it over again. Something that proves there was a point. the murder of Garrick Pierce? About how they wanted to frame Arya and leave as much evidence as possible? No, okay. I'm not going to debate this anymore, Mr. Cuthbert. This is my decision, and I won't risk anyone's life in the hopes of saving myself. Please, just leave me be.
Argument failed.
Alright, here we go again. Uncontrol my mind. Oh, I hit the wrong button. Oh, darn it. I think the thing bugged out because the psychological profile bar is empty now. Am I just gonna have to try everything? I cannot for the life of me think of any one particular piece of information that would point to this. Let's try Celestero testimony. Nope. Okay. I already tried that. Oh wait, actually, Trapped King, Glyph of Contingency, would have had to been placed ahead of time. That was it. Okay. That's not true, Steelwind. Whoever did this had very specific targets in mind. Both Prince Alaric and the High Speaker saw you when the murders were being committed. Not to mention, they set a trap for Aster. What? Let's assume that someone was controlling you. They wouldn't have left Alaric, Arceus, or Aster alive if they were trying to cause as much suffering as possible. Suppose you have a point there, but even so, that hardly narrows things down. If someone were controlling me, they wouldn't need to enter the cathedral to use me. Perhaps you're right, and the perpetrator only wanted to murder the 3 victims. There's plenty of people who might want to see those 3 dead. Didn't need to enter the cathedral. Beatrice's actions? No? Okay. I'm not exactly sure what I'm supposed to be presenting here. What perpetrator didn't need? Am I supposed to be proving that the perpetrator did need to enter? Do I use the Trapped King again? Because again, the Glyph of Contingency means that they would have had to be on the scene. Really? You haven't used that twice in a row? Okay. You're making me second guess myself. There's one thing you're overlooking. Before the murders started, someone trapped Aster within a force cage using Glyph of Contingency. But they didn't harm him. It was probably just a distraction. Even so, this gives us two very important clues. The first is that whoever did this was capable of casting those two spells. This means that the perpetrator was either a mage or working with one. That's true. But the second clue is the most important one. Whoever set that trap for Aster, they did so within 24 hours of it triggering. The Grand Cathedral was closed to the public. This means that the perpetrator must have been someone who attended the funeral. So it was one of them. That narrows down our list of suspects substantially. There's a chance that we can identify who did this. If they really did control your actions, we can find a way to prevent them from doing so again. Steelwind, you need to fight this. I can't. Why not? Fighting this will put people in danger. If we pursue an individual like this, they might retaliate even more than they already have. They wanted to remove me from my position. How will they react if I try to resist? They might hurt even more people to send a message. It's far too dangerous. Get back down in the face of injustice. If we let the perp get away with this, we're letting them know their actions will go unanswered. Now someone would go that far, they might decide to lie low and wait for things to die down. Whoever did this had a far bigger goal than you. No guarantee that they'll stop here. Will they target next your father, the king? I mean, appeal, I feel like is the second best. It's not doubt, probably threaten. Hey, if we don't stop them here, Aster might be in danger. Yep. Whoever did this had a goal far bigger than you, and you have no guarantee they'll stop here. 3 nobles died today, and 2 of them were near the top of the political hierarchy. What if they decide to go after more victims? Who will they target next? Your father? The king? We need to catch them before they can do more harm. I know you're frightened about what might happen to the people close to you, but we can't let someone this dangerous get away with this. When you put it that way, I suppose I have no other choice, do I? Ooh, that was a bit rough. I never realized it before, Mr. Cuthbert. What? You really have a bad habit of butting your nose into other people's business, don't you? Yeah, I suppose I do. But you're right. We can't let this go. I'll find a way to dispute this somehow. Thank you, Mr. Cuthbert. I think we've known each other long enough. You don't need to be so formal. I successfully persuaded Arya Steelwind. Saving Steelwind's future. I know I agreed to fight this, but... What is it? You're the most qualified attorney in the nobility. You'll definitely be able to make a case for yourself. As you probably know, House Sybil controls the legislative and judicial branches of our kingdom. And they've nominated my father as the prosecutor for my trial. Oh, banana. What? My theory of mind control is not substantiated by the evidence,
and we can't blame another kingdom's magic because of that. Everyone believes that I overspent my magic and gave myself mage blight. As a result, they blame House Steelwind for the Minister of Justice's death. Now the only way for him to redeem House Steelwind is to convict me and sentence me to death. But he's your father. There's no way he would... This isn't the first time something like this has happened. When I was a child, my mother accidentally overused her magic and induced mage blight within herself. In her resulting psychotic episode, he massacred an entire village of commoners.
Wait, is that where the massacring an entire village thing came from? It wasn't actually Lucio, but it was her mother?
Scaled Lord. House Steelwind almost lost everything after that. To redeem himself, my father personally oversaw my mother's trial and her execution. That's what happened? My father values his duty to Wyverngard over everything else. Nothing matters to him more than that, not even his family. I'd like to have confidence in myself, but I don't know if I can face him like this.
Mr. Cuthbert, what is your stake in all this?
What?
You hate the nobility, don't you? So why are you so intent on helping Miss Steelwind?
Because she's innocent. What else is there to say? Mr. Cuthbert,
It doesn't matter if she's a noble or a commoner. She's being oppressed by the politics of our kingdom like all my other clients. Well said.
what?
I, Remus Virgiliae, hereby grant you the privilege to serve as Miss Steelwind's counsel.
Excuse me.
As the Royal Vizier... I think that's Vizier, not Visor. Right, I think I pronounced it wrong earlier. As the Royal Vizier, I will be acting as the judge and arbiter of Miss Steelwind's trial. It is within my right to grant you such permissions. I'll gladly accept, if Prosecutor Steelwind will have me.
Of course. There's no one else I would trust more with this. And please, you've done a lot for me already. You don't have to be so formal. Celeste has already taken to calling me by my first name. But since you'll be defending me, you'll probably need this.
Arya's Spell Compendium. Mend Wounds, Firebolt, Shape Liquid, Dispel Magic, Steelwind Strike, Detect Magic, Polymorph, and Hold Creature. Oh, Polymorph. Okay. That's probably what messed with Alaric. Fireball, Evocation, Bolto! Okay, pretty self-explanatory. 120 feet. Set the object ablaze if it's flammable. Hold creature. Caster completely restricts the movement of the target. While concentrating on this spell, the target will be unable to move any part of their body. Even subtle movements, such as the gestures required to cast certain spells, are impossible. As a result, the target will also be unable to move their mouth to speak. The concentration spell. Steelwind Strike. Bonus. Point at the target. Instant. caster strikes targets of their choice within a 40 feet radius with a slashing force. Each slash has the might and power of a mage blade and can cut through thick metal armor. The ultimate spell of House Steelwind, and its spell formula is a closely guarded secret. Polymorph. Frog. Lasts for an hour. Drumly. No concentration. Caster transforms a target within 30 feet of them into an animal. Can be any creature that can fit within a 2x2x2 foot cube. Excuse me. For the duration, the target's senses and intellect will also be changed to match that of the animal they're transformed into. Spell magic. Burial. Dispel any target within 120 feet. Spell creating that effect immediately ends, unless immune to being dispelled. This only ends the spell's effects. It does not undo the effects of the spell. Or rather, yeah. It only ends the spell's effects. It does not undo the effects. Shape liquid on an affected liquid will only prevent the caster from further manipulating the liquid. It will not unfreeze the liquid or change its shape back to normal. And it's settled. We will hold the trial at my home, the city of Ladon. Ladon? Speak with Lucio. He knows the location well. Before I could ask any more questions, the Archduke left without a word. Oh, and let me double check this. Whoop. Polymorph. That is a transmutation spell. Yep. He really had a bad habit of just walking away from conversations. Who is he? I didn't even know Archdukes existed in Wyverngard. Today was the first time I met him as well. I'm just as confused as you are. He seems to be well acquainted with my father, though. Well, I guess it doesn't matter. He's just like any other judge. I had no idea what I was in for when I agreed to this. And what proceeded next would be unlike any trial I'd ever defended or prosecuted. But I would save Arya's future, no matter what it took, regardless of what I have to risk to do so. Yeah, this is bugged. That psychological profile thing is still there. Alright. But I think that's the best stopping point I'm gonna get. And also, I think my voice is starting to give out. Or has been starting to give out for a little while now. So, I'm gonna call it there for today. And this is definitely shaping up to be quite a hectic final case. I can't really make heads or tails of the situation yet. I mean, I'm pretty sure it's something to entrap Tyrion. Possibly by making him indict Celeste or something. But yeah, it seems like it's some kind of mind control. Pretty sure Eris is behind this somehow. I mean, that's almost, yeah, I mean, she definitely is. It's probably like demon magic that controlled people's minds and blocked memories or got rid of memories or whatever. And the Archduke is a very interesting character. defense. But yeah, for today, that's gonna be it. So next time, I guess you'll go find this hidden city of Ladon, or Ladon, or whatever. And then we'll have to defend the prosecutor. So we've gone from being the defense to being the prosecution, and now we're defending the prosecutor against the prosecution. Can't get much more convoluted than that. Anyway, probably continue this next Sunday. But in the meantime, anybody's interested in my social medias, there's links for Discord, Twitter, Blue Sky, and YouTube in the chat. You can always find those links in the About section of my Twitch or underneath the socials banner. Yeah, for anybody watching the VOD on YouTube, if you're ever interested in watching live, there will be a link in the video description to my Twitch. Tomorrow should be some more Honkai Impact 3rd. Continue Part 2, Chapter 1. I think that's all. So, in the meantime, thank you all for being here. Hope you all have a great rest of your day, night, whatever, wherever you are. And I'll see you around. Bye-bye.